Chapter 1390. The silver moon hung high in the night sky. Faint moonlight scattered down from the night sky like a huge silver veil that covered the entire Shao clan. Xiao Yan was seated on the top floor of the pavilion. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Both of his hands formed a seal and formed a training seal. Following the circulation of his breathing, threads of energy that were visible to the naked eye drifted out from the surrounding empty space. Finally, following his breathing, the energy continuously entered his body. It was a long while later before the energy drifting around his body gradually slowed down. Xiao Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes and exhaled the turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His entire body had also recovered to its peak state in an instant. Although the continuous journey and the battle with Xiao Chuhang today did not consume too much of his strength, it still caused him to feel even more exhausted. Only at this moment did his originally dark yellow complexion once again recover its rosy color. His pair of eyes seemed to be wrapped in a layer of faint warm jade in the dark night, and it was rather strange. "Oh, Shao clan, I hope that we will not disappoint the choice of our ancestor." A glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he muttered in a somewhat dense tone. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at the dark sky in front of him. High up in the night sky, the stars were boundless. A bright moon hung in the horizon, emitting a bright moonlight. Although it was night time, the scene on the ground below could be seen clearly. Although it was not as bright as daytime, there was a different feeling to it. Xiao Yan was a little absent-minded as he looked at the night sky. In a trance, those stars seemed to outline a peerless beauty that could topple a country. Her curving smile caused one to have endless fanciful thoughts. Sun Er. Memories of the past continuously flashed across his mind. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have happened yesterday. However, Xiao Yan did not dare to imagine Sun Er's current situation. He was afraid that the longing in his heart would cause everything to turn into the most brutal killing intent in an instant. Ghost Palace, it is all your fault. Also, as dense killing intent surged in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly flipped his palm. A palm-sized, emerald green ancient jade appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. It was the Tushi ancient god's jade. Both of his eyes stared at the ancient jade in his palm. The hatred in Xiao Yan's heart grew even denser. His 5 curled fingers wished that he could crush the ancient jade. In the end, all of this happened because of this. Sigh. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally sighed with a bitter face. With a flip of his palm, he once again stored the ancient jade into his storage ring. No matter how much resentment he had in his heart, the Tushi was his most important bargaining chip to save Sun Er. Any impulse. After being quiet for a moment, Xiao Yan shook his head violently. He threw out the distracting thoughts in his heart and once again entered his cultivation state. Currently, the Ghost Gate was still a rather distant existence to him. Rather than being deeply worried about this, it was better to focus all of his thoughts on how to raise his own strength. That was the most important thing. Even if he wanted to save someone, the prerequisite was that he needed to have sufficient strength to support it. The next day, when Xiao Yan walked down from the pavilion, Bai Hua and Lian Er, who were surrounding the table in the hall, immediately shot their gazes over. Both parties looked at each other and smiled. Immediately after, a wave of light footsteps in the courtyard outside the door attracted the gazes of the 3 people. When the 3 of them looked over, the person who had arrived was Xiao Mingyuan, 3rd elder. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er followed closely behind. "Haha, little fellow, we meet again. I believe that you are already aware of the matter that the clan leader announced yesterday, right?" Xiao Mingyuan chuckled as he swept his gaze over the 3 people in front of him. There was no need to say much about Xiao Yan in front of him. However, after sweeping his gaze over Bai Hua and Lian Er behind him, his eyebrows twitched. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced in his old eyes. Fortunately, he did not reveal too much of it. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded when he heard this. Soon after, he saw Xiao Mingyuan take off a storage ring from his finger and handed it over. "This is your monthly allowance. Other than this month's allowance, there are also all of the monthly allowances for the past 2 years. As for the rest, you can count them yourself." Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Xiao Yan received it without any hesitation. If it was yesterday, he would definitely not accept it so easily. However, since he was already willing to join the Shao clan, this monthly allowance should belong to him. Naturally, there was no need to hesitate. The expression in Xiao Mingyuan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw this. He more or less understood Xiao Yan's character. Xiao Yan did not open his mouth to agree to the powerful invitation of the Shao clan yesterday. Naturally, it was impossible for him to happily accept this little monthly allowance. It was likely that something had happened last night. Xiao Mingyuan's heart immediately thought of Xiao Xian. That's right, where is Xiao Xian? He doesn't seem to be here. Given Xiao Mingyuan's current cultivation, he had already sensed that Xiao Xian was not here when he entered the pavilion. Ancestor went to the back mountain to train. A light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he said nonchalantly. Although it was called training, it was actually to refine the last half fragment of the origin returning art. If his luck was not bad, perhaps Xiao Xian's cultivation would be able to step into the origin sect after he finished refining this half fragment. At that time, Xiao Yan wanted to see what kind of expression those arrogant elders of the Xiao clan would have on their faces. Oh, is that so? Yesterday I saw the might of his two types of Grand Dao energy, and I'm still unsatisfied. I originally wanted to spar with him and perhaps he would be able to provide me with some guidance in the Grand Dao energy. But since it's like this, then forget it. The old man smiled mockingly as he looked at the stunned expressions on the faces of the three people in front of him. Soon after, his tone changed and he said again, "Oh, right. Since you are staying in the clan now, perhaps you can try to participate in the clan gathering in half a year's time. The clan gathering includes the best of the younger generation in most of the clans. Although it may not be attractive to you, the rewards of the gathering are quite tempting. First place will receive 20 top-grade spirit stones." At the end of his words, Xiao Mingyuan's tone was deliberately a little more serious, and the so-called reward for first place unsurprisingly caused the expressions of the three people in front of him to instantly change. 20 top-grade spirit stones? The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard these words. He recalled that back then he had borrowed the 2 top-tier spirit stones that Xiao Jin had given him to raise his cultivation by 3 stars. One could imagine just what kind of enormous amount of training resources these 20 top-tier spirit stones were. Chapter 1391. After Xiao Mingyuan left, Xiao Yan and the other two were still surprised by the reward for the first place that he had mentioned earlier. Even Lianer, who always seemed ignorant, could not help but reveal a heated expression on her slightly childish face. A total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. If placed in the outside world, it would be enough to create a second-rate sect. Its influence could not be said to be small. If it could land in the hands of Xiao Yan and the rest. Looking at Bai Hua and Lianer by the side, Xiao Yan's heart was slightly moved. Although his strength had continuously increased during this period of time, they had not been stagnant either. With Bai Hua's physique, her current cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star origin king. Moreover, there were faint signs of breaking through to the 8-star level. Lianer's cultivation speed was incomparably shocking. The terrifying physique of the woeful poison body was completely displayed on her body. Her cultivation had also reached the level of a 4-star origin king. In addition to Bai Hua's daily training and the woeful poison body, this girl's combat strength could be considered quite extraordinary within the origin king realm. According to this training speed, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to raise the strength of the two of them to the Yuan Zone class within a year if he added the 20 top-tier spirit stones. What happened? Why are all of you standing here? Just as Xiao Yan and the other two were in a daze, Xiao Xian had unknowingly entered the courtyard. He took a few steps forward and looked at the three in front of him with a somewhat puzzled gaze. The moment Xiao Xian's words left his mouth, the three of them immediately returned to their senses and shook their heads. Only then did they roughly explain the matter of Xiao Mingyuan's visit. Naturally, this included the so-called clan gathering. Oh, clan gathering, huh? Looking at the time, it is indeed almost time. If there is a chance, all of you should give it a try. There will be no harm. Even if you are not ranked, the clan will still give some rewards. Of course, if you are able to obtain a ranking, that will undoubtedly be the best. Seeing the fiery expression on Lianer's face, Xiao Xian could not help but smile. However, the words that came out of his mouth caused the three of them to frown. Us? Among the three of us, only Xiao Yan is a member of the Xiao clan. I'm afraid that Lianer and I don't have the qualifications to participate in such a grand occasion, right? Bai Hua and Lianer looked at each other and said hesitantly. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. If it was in the past, perhaps you wouldn't be able to participate in such a clan gathering. But now, as the elder of the Xiao clan's inner cabinet, I still have some authority. In addition, with Xiao Yan around, I believe there won't be any problem. Xiao Xian smiled and waved his hand. He did not take this matter to heart. Seeing this, Bai Hua and Lianer nodded and smiled. Bright light flickered in their eyes. Xiao Yan also felt a little excited in his heart. Honestly speaking, he was also quite curious about Xiao Feng's strength. Yesterday he had seen Xiao Feng use the Wind God's Fury, which was extremely powerful. He wondered what his chances of victory would be if he were to face Xiao Feng head-on with his current strength. I wonder how much my strength has increased in half a year? Gently clenching his fist, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually became determined. Soon after, the few of them chatted for a while before taking their seats one after another. As for the rules of the clan meeting, they are all clichés, so I don't have to say much about them. Someone will introduce them to you at the time, so I believe you don't have to worry too much about the rest. Remember, the purpose of the clan meeting is not for the rewards, but for the hope that you can gain rich experience through more actual battles. Therefore, you just have to do your best in the competition and put yourself first. I believe that with your talent, as long as you cultivate in peace for the next half a year, it won't be a difficult thing to achieve results in the clan meeting. Bai Hua and Lian Er immediately nodded their heads when they heard this. A heated expression flashed across their faces. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little helpless when he saw this. These two fellows had actually become like this after hearing about the reward of 20 top-grade spirit stones. This really caused one to be unable to laugh or cry. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would understand. A top-grade spirit stone was something that one could only encounter but not seek in the outside world. Its value was immeasurable. Now that they had such an opportunity, it was naturally unavoidable for their hearts to be excited. However, they seemed to have forgotten that the top-grade spirit stone reward could only be obtained by the final victor of the clan gathering. That's right, I wonder if the ancestors' cultivation method has been successfully refined? Xiao Yan recovered. Only then did he recall the return to source skill. Immediately he hurriedly inquired. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He slowly replied. The refinement was naturally a success, but my cultivation did not break through as smoothly as I had expected. The stagnation this time has indeed affected my cultivation. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for me to break through to the origin ancestor stage. Xiao Xian felt somewhat helpless in this regard. According to the nature of the returnance art, he should have used this opportunity to break through to the origin ancestor stage in one go. However, after refining the remnant portion of the cultivation method, he faintly sensed the barrier that should not have existed, the barrier to the origin ancestor stage. How can this be? The moment these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately frowned as surprise surfaced on his face. Based on his understanding of the returnance art, it was impossible for one to encounter a bottleneck before reaching the peak of every cultivation method. However, Xiao Xian had encountered such a situation at the peak of the Origin Emperor stage. This was truly unexpected. It might be because the third scroll is incomplete. However, it's fine. Since there's a bottleneck, I'll just break through it. There's nothing to worry about. On the other hand, you need the help of a heavenly flame to raise your strength. Do you know where to find the other two heavenly flames? Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he heard this. Even Yi Honglian did not know where the other two heavenly flames were, so how would he know? The only thing he could be sure of was that they were in the central region. However, the continent was so vast that even in the central region, wanting to find the whereabouts of the heavenly flames was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly recalled what Huozhu had said to him back at the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Based on that, the ancestor of the Pill Tower seemed to know where the heavenly flames were located in the central region. If he had no other choice, this might become a clue that he could not ignore. A bright light flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. Xiao Xian could not help but smile when he saw this. He had some guesses in his heart. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. With a flip of his hand, the storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Soon after, two spirit stones that emitted a rich energy aura appeared in his hand. When the three of them looked over, their expressions suddenly hardened. There was no doubt that these were two top-tier spirit stones. Chapter 1392. Although I have saved up some spiritual stones over the past few years, most of them have been used up. These two are useless to me, so I'll give them to you first. Xiao Xian chuckled and flicked his finger. The two spiritual stones flew to Bai Hua and Lian Er respectively. The two hesitated for a moment, glanced at Xiao Yan and then respectfully received them. Haha, half a year's time is neither long nor short. These two spiritual stones are the only things I can help you with. You will have to rely on yourselves for the rest. The clan meeting is not as cruel as a real battle, but it is definitely not an easy task. You should treat it seriously. Hearing this, everyone including Xiao Yan nodded heavily. Then Bai Hua and Lian Er each went upstairs with the spiritual stones in their hands. Xiao Yan then took out the storage ring that Xiao Mingyuan had given to him and slowly said, "There are some spiritual stones here. Aside from some elixirs and medial spiritual stones, there are also 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones. They were given by the third elder. Yes, it's within my expectations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them the 2 spiritual stones. Xiao Xian smiled faintly and did not mind. He had encountered such means when he first entered the Xiao clan. Now that he saw it again, he was naturally not surprised. The reason why he did not want Bai Hua and Lian Er to know about the 10 spiritual stones was that he did not want them to place their hopes on external things. Although supreme-grade spiritual stones could help them quickly increase their cultivation, if they could not truly grasp this power, even if they obtained it, they would not be able to use it. Instead, it was better to let them feel the urgency of time. Under pressure, their potential would be stimulated. Xiao Yan was naturally able to understand the meaning behind Xiao Xian's words. Soon after, his thoughts once again returned to the Spirit Stone. Then these 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones? Naturally, it is not a monthly allowance. Although there are many supreme-grade spiritual stones in the clan, it is not to the point of being rich. Even the Crown Prince has to make a certain contribution to the clan if he wants to obtain supreme-grade spiritual stones. However, that level of contribution is unattainable. Otherwise, the clan meeting would not be the place that many disciples yearn for. Hearing this, Xiao Yan secretly nodded. In other words, the Xiao clan had put in a lot of effort in order to rope him in. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the storage ring in his hand. Many thoughts flowed within his heart. It was a moment later before he finally put it away. He lifted his eyes and exchanged a smile with Xiao Xian on the opposite side. A bright light flowed within his deep, dark black eyes. After the incident with Xiao Feng, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan's status in the Xiao clan had changed instantly. This also caused some people who did not have a good impression of the grandfather and grandson duo to stop in their tracks and forcefully suppress the thought of finding trouble with them. This also allowed Xiao Yan to enjoy an extremely rare period of leisure in the following days. This made him, who was used to being pressed for time, feel a little uneasy. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Xian was still trying to break through the barrier to the Source Sect. However, due to the Returnance art, he was still far from achieving a result. Fortunately, given Xiao Xian's temperament, he did not care about this. After all, the Returnance art had been completely restored. No matter how slow the process was, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. On the other side, Bai Hua and Lian Er had already entered a retreat. From the looks of it, they held an extremely great attitude toward the clan gathering. From the looks of the waves of energy ripples that were occasionally emitted from their rooms, the training of the both of them had improved during this half a month. This caused the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart to become a little fiery hot. Are these 2 fellows about to break through again? Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the room where the 2 of them were in. His mouth involuntarily sighed. The physiques of these 2 fellows were different from an ordinary person. Their training speed was something that others could only hope to catch up with. It was really difficult to imagine just what level their cultivation would reach once they completely absorbed and refined this top-tier spirit stone. Xiao Yan exhaled somewhat helplessly. He placed the teacup down with one hand. When he turned around, he suddenly frowned and looked outside the door. At this moment, a familiar old man's figure was looking at him with a face full of smiles. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Mingyuan. Third elder, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your body looks much stronger. At the same time as he stood up, Xiao Yan cupped his hands respectfully toward Xiao Mingyuan. The latter laughed out loud, waved his hand and laughed out loud. You little brat, don't flatter me. How are you? Have you gotten used to these days? Thank you for your concern, third elder. I've been doing well. I've clearly built a villa for you, but you still want to live here. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already moved over with their belongings. Little brat, you're really different. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled noncommittally. He did not care much about those things. Moreover, Bai Hua and Lian Er were currently in seclusion, so he naturally could not leave. Xiao Xian is not here again. Looking at the empty pavilion, Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something in his heart. No wonder you don't want to leave. Third elder, are you looking for the ancestor? Xiao Yan pursed his lips and said with a smile. No, I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. Randomly pointing at Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and sat on the chair. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan in front of him with a faint smile. Meh. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was a little surprised. He did not understand what was going on. The old man parted his mouth and said with a smile, the first elder has come out of seclusion. He wants to see you. First elder. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped when Xiao Mingyuan's voice sounded. The expression on his face could not help but change. The The first elder of the Shao clan was the second person in power after the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. He was also the true expert of the Shao clan. Now, this person who could decide whether he stayed or left was finally going to see him. Phew. Third elder, please lead the way. Xiao Yin focused his attention and once again turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, the latter shrugged his shoulders and laughed dryly. Don't worry. I have other matters to attend to and can't bring you there. I originally planned to let Xiao Xian lead the way for you. However, since he is not here, I'm afraid you can only go by yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was speechless. The Xiao clan was so big. It was difficult for him to go out and find an old man whom he had never seen before. Seeing Xiao Yan's difficult expression, Xiao Mingyuan chuckled and teased, "Hey kid. Why didn't I see such an expression when you barged into the Xiao clan alone? Don't worry, the first elder lives alone in the depths of the back mountain. As long as you follow the stone stairs to the end, you will reach his residence. He will be waiting for you there this evening. Remember, he will not wait for you there." Chapter 1393. It was almost evening, but Xiao Xian had yet to return. Bai Hua and Xiao Xian were still cultivating. It was almost time for the first elder's invitation. Xiao Yin sat on the bed in the loft. He was silent for a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. He had a strange feeling in his heart, like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law, as he walked towards the back of the mountain. A moment later, Xiao Yin raised his head and looked at the stone steps that extended into the depths of the forest. The green peak in front of him was where the Shao clan's back mountain was located. The Shao clan's first elder was also there. Xiao Yin raised his head and looked at the majestic scene in front of him. His heart was filled with hesitation. The person he was about to face was the first elder of the Shao clan. At this moment, the anxiety in his heart was indescribable as he stood in front of the stone stairs. He looked into the distance. Faint clouds curled around the lush green peak in the distance, making it look like a fairyland. The endless stone steps led the way forward, but it was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. A moment later, Xiao Yin took light steps and slowly walked towards the peak of the green peak. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy spread out from his body as he observed the situation around him. Other than being serious about the Shao clan's first elder, he was also curious about him. It was inevitable for him to have any thoughts before he met the first elder. Under Xiao Yan's control, invisible spiritual energy spread out like a tide and swept across the forest in front of him. After his cultivation had advanced to the source ancestor level, Xiao Yan's spiritual energy had increased by quite a bit. Currently, it was comparable to an ordinary rank 7 alchemist. The magnitude of his spiritual energy went without saying. Relying on his powerful spiritual energy, the entire appearance of the green mountain before him quickly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Until a certain moment, buzz. Xiao Yan's forward footsteps suddenly paused. The expression on his face also changed slightly. There was an invisible barrier deep within the mountain forest that had actually forcefully blocked his spiritual strength. The moment his spiritual strength came into contact with the barrier, a stiff rebounding force immediately surged out. At the same time that his spiritual strength was forced back, a giddy feeling was swiftly transmitted into his mind. He panted for a moment before gradually recovering his calmness. Phew. What a shocking spiritual energy barrier. Fortunately, I did not force my way through. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Yan's tone was quite serious as he let out a low groan. He raised his head and eyed the mountain peak in front of him that was buried under the lush greenery. A glint flashed in his dark black eyes as he slowly exhaled. Immediately, his toes pressed gently on the ground and his body immediately shot out explosively, transforming into a black-colored ray of light that flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. Since his spiritual energy was unable to clearly explore the green mountain, he had no choice but to personally go up and take a look. Xiao Yan's body passed through the stone steps in a lightning-like manner. His blurry afterimage appeared a little strange in the dim shade of the trees. The swaying of the tree branches on both sides caused a chill to rise in one's heart. The cool breeze of the evening blew on Xiao Yan's face, causing him to be in high spirits. His sharp gaze swept across a certain spot in the surrounding dense forest without anyone noticing. His body continued to charge forward until a certain moment. Swish! All of a sudden, the sharp sound of rushing wind pierced through the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The stream of light had become rather fierce due to Genesis Qi, and it pierced through Xiao Yan's body in the blink of an eye. It shot into a nearby tree trunk and nailed into it. At a closer look, it was only a leaf as thin as a cicada. At almost the same time, a bewildered voice sounded from a certain spot in the dense forest. A few dozen feet in front of the stone steps, a blurry afterimage gradually solidified. When the figure stood up, it was without a doubt Xiao Yan. When he looked at the spot where the leaf had pierced, a blurry afterimage was slowly dissipating. "Come out, there's no need to hide." Xiao Yan suddenly beckoned with his hand, his palm facing a certain spot in the dense forest. A suction force madly surged from his palm, and a hurricane howled as countless leaves were sucked into Xiao Yan's palm. With a gentle shake, the leaves abruptly exploded, transforming into countless streaks of light that shot into the dense forest to the front. Next, a figure swiftly shot out, dodging the leaves and gracefully landing on the stone steps like a spirit deer. Xiao Yan could not help but raise his brows at the sight of the person before him. The person standing before him was a graceful young lady. The young girl was wearing a red dress. Her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. Her soft black hair was casually tied up with a simple silk ribbon, but it revealed a trace of charm. As the young lady was currently standing sideways, Xiao Yan was only able to see the side of her face. However, he was still able to sense her exquisite and somewhat soul-stirring beautiful silhouette. One could imagine that this lady's appearance was definitely at the level of a femme fatale. Although Xiao Yan had already sensed the person around him, he had not expected that this person would be a lady. Earlier, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had failed to detect the existence of this girl. It was likely that her aura had been purposely hidden by someone. Now that this girl had attacked, Xiao Yan could tell that this somewhat weak lady in front of him possessed the cultivation of a 2-star source zone. "Who are you?" There was not much gentleness in Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw the lovely figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, his tone was slightly solemn as he asked. Xiao Yan naturally would not be polite to this kind of person who had launched a sneak attack. If he had not already sensed this girl's existence, he would have mercilessly taught her a lesson. "I should be the one asking you this. The back mountain of the Xiao clan is the first elder's training ground. Other than the clan leader and a few elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Why have you come here?" The young lady's lively eyes sized up Xiao Yan as she spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone. Xiao Yan slowly nodded his head when he heard this. A strong person had taken action to help her hide her qi. She was still able to randomly pass through the deep regions of the mountain where ordinary people could not reach. It was likely that this girl was not an ordinary tribe member. "I have been invited by the first elder to meet you." His gaze slowly swept across the young lady's exquisite and flawless face as he spoke in a flat tone. "So you're Xiao Yan. You're the one who seriously injured Xiao Chuhang half a month ago?" The young lady's eyes immediately brightened when she heard this, and she giggled with interest. At the same time, the Genesis Qi in her body began to circulate as light flashed in her lively eyes. There was a fiery look in her eyes. "Hee, since you were able to defeat that guy, your cultivation must not be weak. Why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, I will let you in." Xiao Yan could not help but be somewhat stunned when he heard this. Before he could respond, the young lady's foot lightly pushed off the ground, and her figure instantly shot forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. She was the first to shoot towards Xiao Yan with a fierce gust of wind. Chapter 1394. Qi. In the girl's hand, the thin and smooth satin turned into a force as hard and heavy as steel. It broke through the restraints of the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye, aiming straight for his chest. Surprise appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes in the face of the young lady's sharp attack. This girl appeared weak, but her control of her Genesis Qi was extremely precise. She was able to use every bit of her Genesis Qi precisely on the silk cloth. From this, one could see just how frightening her control of her own strength was. This also made Xiao Yan a little interested in her. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a faint arc as he looked at the fiery red cloth that was swiftly shot over. He rotated his hand and an invisible strength immediately gathered in his palm. He immediately pushed it forward and the empty space in front of him began to distort at this moment. An invisible hand vaguely seeped out of the empty space and collided with the cloth that was heading toward him with a bang. When the attack landed, the silk cloth was blocked. The expression on the young lady's face involuntarily changed slightly. The Xiao Yan in front of her appeared to be much stronger than she had imagined. At the very least, Xiao Chuhang would not be able to block this attack so easily. She lifted her head to look at the sky above the dense forest. Dusk had arrived, and the red clouds were roaring in the sky like a fire lion. It was almost time to meet the first elder's appointment. "Hugh." As he turned his head, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled, looked up at the girl opposite him and said with a smile, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, come on, what? The girl scrunched her brows together, and a look of suspicion came to her delicate face. If you can touch my body during this time, I will leave. The girl's face immediately turned blank when she heard Xiao Yan's words. Leave within 5 minutes? Although Xiao Yan's strength was indeed much stronger than Xiao Chuhong's, these words were similarly a little more arrogant than Xiao Chuhong's character. It seems that you're not much better than that guy. Both of you are equally arrogant and despotic. Since you said it yourself, don't blame me for not giving you any face. The young lady's pretty face carried a little gloominess as she let out a soft cry from between her teeth. Soon after, her lovely body twisted and her exquisite body transformed into a countless number of afterimages in midair. They swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan's body like a ghost. Fiery red satin shot out from the afterimages one after another and interweaved into a net, trapping Xiao Yan within it from the top of his head. Not even the slightest gap was revealed. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan would not even need 5 minutes. It was likely that he would be expelled from the back mountain in less than 1 minute. Xiao Yan nodded in a rare manner when he saw the scene in front of him. His eyes contained some acknowledgement. This exquisite agility and the tight satin. Under normal circumstances, this girl would already be an invincible existence among those of the same class. Unfortunately, the person she was facing today was different. Xiao Yan nodded his head. His eyes contained some acknowledgement. A bright light surged in his dark black eyes. The tens of thousands of illusions in front of him also disappeared. In front of the enormous spiritual strength, this shocking agility do technique of the young lady did not appear so dazzling. Chi. Suddenly, a satin flew out, tearing through the empty space like a sharp blade. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hurricane. From the looks of it, this girl had actually also grasped the great way of wind. A glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. The instant the silk cloth flew over, his body suddenly took a step to the left without any forewarning. Almost at the same time, the fire thread-like silk cloth also flew close to Xiao Yan's body and shot away. He dodged it. The young lady's expression changed slightly. Surprise flashed across her pretty eyes. Soon after, her two lily-white hands began to move as the Genesis chi in her body swiftly circulated. 2 more satin threads shot out from the afterimages, joining together on the left and right as they pounced towards Xiao Yan once again. Xiao Yan merely chuckled in response to the girl's closely following attack. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as his body somersaulted in the air, once again dodging the satin attacks. However, the thing that was different from earlier was that the instant Xiao Yan's body dodged the silk fabric that had tightly formed a net above and the 2 threads that crossed each other below swiftly drew close at this moment. One above and the other below, sandwiching Xiao Yan between them. Humph, let's see how you'll dodge this time. The young lady let out an icy chuckle. At this moment, Xiao Yan had nowhere to run. How could he possibly dodge her attack? In response, Xiao Yan's expression remained calm. His footsteps shifted as he instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His body leaned close to the fiery red satin that was about to fall as he brushed past the young lady. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a nearby stone step as he looked towards the young lady with a faint smile. Although there was no way to dodge the satin threads, the young lady before him was Xiao Yan's greatest breakthrough point. Although the young lady's movement technique was rather mysterious and could create countless afterimages, it was completely useless against the prying eyes of one's spirit perception. Moreover, Xiao Yan's sky extinction steps was superior in terms of movement techniques. Hence, dodging the young lady's attacks was not difficult at all. At this moment, the young lady's expression gradually became solemn where she stood. She did not expect that her 3 consecutive attacks would actually be safely dodged by Xiao Yan with a slight advantage. This was especially the case earlier when the latter appeared to have seen through her agility. He did not even hesitate during the entire process. This point caused her to feel even more disbelief. After withdrawing the satin, the young lady turned her head to look at the smiling Xiao Yan. A feeling of being wronged rose in her heart. Her pair of pretty eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, she was quite dissatisfied with this result. How is it? Can you let me in now? Xiao Yan smiled. The young lady felt anger rise to her head when she heard this. Immediately, she lifted her delicate hands without any hesitation. Her 10 fingers formed a seal and an invisible flowing wind immediately surged in the surrounding empty space. Xiao Yan smiled. The young lady's anger rose when she heard this. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart. This girl was really stubborn. She was actually unwilling to admit defeat even at such a stage. In the next moment, Great Tao technique, flying shadows. A delicate cry rang out. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped. His expression also changed abruptly at this moment. The figure of the girl had actually disappeared from the spot. Even her aura in the world had instantly disappeared. What? His heart was instantly shocked. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's spirit strength was unable to detect the location of the girl. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared from the world. What a strange Great Tao technique, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Just as he was about to flash and retreat, the empty space beside him suddenly distorted. A fiery red satin suddenly shot out at an astonishing speed. Chapter 1395. In the dense forest, Xiao Yan's face was solemn as he dodged several attacks from the satin. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. He seemed to have underestimated this girl's ability. She was actually able to hide herself between heaven and earth. The most shocking thing was that even his spiritual strength was unable to detect the existence of this girl. The fiery red silk cloth shot out from the empty space around Xiao Yan with a lightning-like speed. Its speed and strength were undoubtedly many times stronger than before. Although Xiao Yan was not afraid of this kind of strange attack really caused one's heart to feel terrified. He could not see the form, but he could see the attack. This feeling of being able to only rely on the opponent to attack indiscriminately was probably unbearable. Xiao Yan's majestic spiritual strength swept over the nearby mountain forest over and over again. However, he was still unable to sense the slightest unusual aura in the air. He could only allow the fiery red silk cloth to suddenly shoot over from an unknown position. Although this process was not sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to feel any heaviness, no one knew whether the girl still had other tricks up her sleeves. Suddenly, buzz! Somewhere in the void suddenly distorted and transformed. Xiao Yan's gaze instantly swept over and a nimble and delicate figure appeared in the void. However, before Xiao Yan could sigh in relief, the empty space on the other side once again became distorted. Another similar figure appeared. It was just like a chain reaction. Numerous figures continued to appear in the surrounding mountain forest. In the end, there were hundreds of them. However, what also shocked Xiao Yan was that among these hundreds of people, he was actually unable to detect which one was the real body. Wind-killing tribulation. Cold words were spat out from hundreds of mouths in unison, causing the entire world to tremble. When the hundreds of girls raised their slender fingers and tapped lightly in the void in front of them, a circle of ripples spread out like water waves. An invisible hurricane instantly enveloped the entire world, and the spatial ripples completely sealed off everyone. The terrifying hurricane rapidly condensed at the tip of the girl's finger, and finally turned into a little green light, trembling gently at the tip of her finger. The surrounding void was filled with the sound of wind. The moment the young lady's finger made contact with the green-colored glow, the green-colored light spot turned into a majestic and frightening energy light pillar in the blink of an eye. An instant later, it swiftly shrunk and agglomerated into a light beam that was only as thick as an arm. It carried a sharp sound of rushing air as it shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, who was currently in the middle of the 100 people. Xiao Yan, if you can dodge this move of mine, I'm willing to admit defeat. Hundreds of people spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded like bursts of Buddhist chanting, causing one's heart to feel uneasy. The energy contained within their words caused the nearby forest to tremble slightly. On the stone steps, Xiao Yan's gaze rapidly swept across the hundreds of beautiful figures in the surroundings. When he saw the green light beam shooting towards him, he could not help but reveal a look of shock. This girl was actually able to condense such an enormous amount of energy to such a small size. Her battle prowess was likely much more frightening than he had expected. However, Xiao Yan smiled at those figures with a slightly regretful expression. He looked at the countless light beams shooting towards him, but did not show any intention of dodging. Instead, he quietly watched the front. Even the girl was surprised by Xiao Yan's actions. If he did not dodge, even if Xiao Yan was also a Genesis sect expert, he would not be able to guarantee his survival. The next moment, Xiao Yan actually took a step back while the young lady was hesitating in her heart. At the same time, the empty space behind him strangely transformed into a dark black tent. His body entered the tent without causing the slightest ripple. Soon after, hundreds of green-colored energy light beams suddenly passed through the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing a moment ago. What? At this moment, the young lady's heart was suddenly shocked. Her mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. She did not expect that Xiao Yan's body would disappear without any forewarning. Even these hundreds of afterimages of hers were unable to stop him. That just now, could it be, the void great way, the hundreds of illusions gradually dissipated. In the end, only the girl was left standing on the stone steps. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the spot where Xiao Yan had disappeared. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She believed that her flying shadows was something that no one of the strong people of the same level could dodge. Even her father praised it greatly. Today, however, it was actually dodged by Xiao Yan in such an easy manner. Haha, you've lost. It's time for me to leave. On the stone steps not far behind the girl, Xiao Yan's figure slowly stepped out of the void. He gave the girl in front of him a slight teasing smile. Immediately, his body moved, and his body turned into a ray of light that swiftly flew into the depths of the mountain forest. This girl had wasted quite a lot of his time. Xiao Yan did not wish to leave a bad impression on the first elder of the Xiao clan during their first meeting. Hence, he had no choice but to quicken his pace. After Xiao Yan dashed away, the young lady finally turned around in a leisurely manner. A pair of pretty eyes that carried an aggrieved expression watched Xiao Yan's disappearing back. The back of her teeth were tightly clenched. Immediately, she stomped her feet with some hatred and let out an angry snort. After which, her lovely body moved and immediately transformed into a fiery red lightning that chased after the former. Xiao Yan, no matter what, I will defeat you today. Xiao Yan, who was running wildly up the mountain, suddenly sensed the aura that was swiftly chasing after him. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. It was unexpected that this girl possessed such speed. This was especially the case when he sensed the sinister gaze that the girl threw over. A chill appeared on his back. He did not dare to hesitate any longer as he unleashed the sky extinction steps and rushed toward the deep regions of the mountain forest at full speed. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of rushing air was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ear. When his body turned, a ray of light brushed past Xiao Yan's ear, leaving behind a string of thumb-sized holes on a row of ancient trees in the distance. While he was secretly surprised, Xiao Yan cast a glance behind him from the corner of his eye, only to find that the girl had unknowingly caught up to him again. Her hands were forming a seal as Genesis Chi flowed at her fingertips. Beam after beam of light was continuously shot out, a look of unwillingness to give up. Xiao Yan felt rather helpless in this regard. He never imagined that he would end up provoking such an unreasonable person. This trip to the back mountain was likely going to be much more troublesome than he had imagined. Beams of light continued to shoot at him from behind. Xiao Yan could only dodge as he rapidly ran towards the depths of the mountain forest. This continued until a certain moment when the stone steps in the dusky mountain forest to his front broke, revealing a spacious clearing. On this clearing, a figure was currently seated with his back facing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly brightened when he saw that human figure. His body, which was dashing forward, became a little faster. At the same time, the hot-tempered pretty figure behind him also followed close behind. She appeared as though she would not rest until she was dead. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already leapt onto the clearing, arriving behind the figure. It was at this moment that a few more sonic booms were heard behind him. Xiao Yan's figure abruptly turned, narrowly avoiding them. In the next instant, the numerous arrow-like light beams shot toward the human figure in front of Xiao Yan after passing by him. At this moment, it was not only Xiao Yan. Even the young lady who was following closely behind Xiao Yan had also discovered this scene. Despite having the intention to stop it, it was already too late. However, just as Xiao Yan's and the girl's emotions were changing, the few beams of light strangely disappeared into the empty space with a chi sound when they were 10 feet away from the figure. They merely carried a few circles of spatial ripples before completely disappearing. The figure slowly stood up. The girl quickly came to his side and carefully supported him. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse and shallow laughter was spat out. Haha, you little girl. If you are willing to bet, just accept your loss. Why do you need to pester others? If it was someone else, they might not be so accommodating to you. Hearing this, the girl by the side could not help but blush. She immediately turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Xiao Yan behind her. Her mischievous appearance was somewhat adorable. As he spoke, the old man turned around and faced Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter was looking at the person in front of him with a heart full of shock. Those energy beams from before were something that even he could not completely ignore. However, he did not expect that he could not even get close to this old man. From this, one could see how frightening his cultivation was. You are Xiao Yan? The old man slowly opened his mouth. The latter did not dare to slight him and hurriedly responded. Only then did the old man nod his head with a satisfied smile. Haha, I am Xiao Zhen, the first elder of the Xiao clan. After so many years we finally meet. Chapter 1396. Under the starlight, Xiao Yin sat cross-legged in front of a green rock in a mountain forest. An old man sat opposite him. Not far away, there was a delicate figure squatting on the ground in boredom. Two white jade-like hands were supporting her delicate chin. Her quick-witted eyes would occasionally sweep back and forth between the two people in front of her. When she looked at Xiao Yin, she could not help but softly spit a few words. Regarding this, the two people in front of her treated it as nothing. Haha, this girl is indeed a little unruly. Even her father can't do anything about it. Don't take the matter from before to heart. Xiao Zhen smiled as he looked at Xiao Yin, who was sitting upright, and said with a smile. The old man's smiling appearance was very different from the slightly shocking appearance from before. His white hair appeared like a waterfall under the silver moon. A pair of deep eyes emitted a bright light in the night. The pitch-black pupils seemed to be able to see through the world, causing people to feel a sense of awe. Hearing this, Xiao Yin hurriedly shook his head with a smile and said, "First elder is too serious." The old man smiled and nodded. On the other hand, the little girl at the side had an unforgiving expression as she snorted, "Humph, if he dares to bully me, I'll tell my father to chase him out of the clan." When these words came out, Xiao Yin was instantly speechless. His gaze looked at Xiao Zhen, who was opposite him, and revealed a strange expression. Isn't this girl a little too arrogant? Although her cultivation talent is not bad, her temper is a little too much. Ah, don't mind it. Although the clan leader is spoiling her, it is not to that extent. If this girl goes overboard in the future, it is reasonable for her to be taught a lesson. Xiao Zhen fondled his beard and smiled. Xiao Yin, on the other hand, nearly choked when he heard these words. Only then did he understand in his heart that this girl was actually the daughter of the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. No wonder she was so unruly and willful. Seeing the change in Xiao Yan's expression, the girl could not help but laugh. Her pair of beautiful eyes revealed some pride. Remember, this young lady is called Xiao Linger. If you dare bully me again, I'll ask the patriarch to deal with you. Xiao Linger raised her head and pouted at Xiao Yin as if she was showing off. However, Xiao Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that this girl, who looked a little crazy, was actually the daughter of the Xiao clan leader? Xiao Zhen still had a warm expression on his face as he continued. Other than wanting to meet you, I also want to hear a clear answer from you. Are you willing to join the Xiao clan? After recovering from his shock, Xiao Yin heard Xiao Zhen's words and hesitated a little. He glanced at Xiao Linger, who had a curious expression on her face, and said with a smile, "As long as the clan leader doesn't chase me out of the clan, I will forever be a member of the Xiao clan." As soon as these words came out, the girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst out with ferocity. However, the old man had a satisfied expression and laughed a few times. He nodded and said, "In that case, this old man can be at ease. In the future, if you have any needs in the clan, you can ask the clan leader and me. If we can satisfy your needs, we won't be stingy." Xiao Yin nodded respectfully. The old man pondered for a while before continuing, "As for Xiao Xiao, you don't have to worry about him. As for Xiao Feng, I hope that you won't take it to heart. What you saw wasn't his true nature. It's just that he values his younger brother too much. It's just a spar. Xiao Yin naturally won't mind." Hearing this, the old man could not help but praise. Such a temperament was definitely top-notch among the younger generation. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen could not help but turn his head to look at the girl by the side again. He laughed mockingly. "Ling Er, Xiao Yan's temperament is worth imitating." Ling Er ignored the old man's mockery. Instead, she made a funny face at Xiao Yan. After that, she turned around and ignored the two of them. Xiao Yan smiled. He had a better impression of this slightly mischievous girl in front of him. "Also, regarding the clan meeting, I wonder what your thoughts are?" Xiao Yin changed the topic. At the same time, Ling Er also turned her head slightly and looked at Xiao Yin from the corner of her eyes. She seemed to be waiting for his reply. "Great elder, don't worry. The clan meeting is a grand occasion of the clan. Xiao Yin naturally won't be absent." Xiao Yin smiled. His words had already placed himself in the position of a member of the Xiao clan. This caused the smile on Xiao Zhen's face to become even wider. "Yes, it's naturally a good thing that you are willing to participate in the clan meeting. However, before that, this old man has to remind you of something." Xiao Yin is all ears. He cupped his hands respectfully towards the old man in front of him. The old man nodded and smiled. Soon after, he frowned and slowly said, "Although you and Xiao Xian have both entered the clan, only the clan leader and a portion of the elders in the clan can truly acknowledge you. The rest of the people have some reservations about your identities. Therefore, you will face some obstructions in the clan meeting this time, and it won't be easy." Although Xiao Xian has proven his strength to the entire clan in his battle with Xiao Feng, but, at this point the great elder could not help but pause. His gaze met Xiao Yan's for a few seconds. When he saw that the latter did not have any emotions, he sighed helplessly and continued speaking. Sigh, but he is still the Origin Emperor. This is an indisputable fact. If you want to obtain the clan's acknowledgement and shut their mouths, you have to personally prove it to them with your strength. Otherwise, even if the clan leader appears, he may not be able to achieve any results. Xiao Yan was silent when he heard this. He nodded slightly and roughly remembered these words in his heart. In this way, even if he was willing to join the Xiao clan, it would not be easy for him to obtain a place here. Since all of you want to prove it, I will use this clan meeting to tell all of you the answer. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. A sharp glint flashed across his dark black eyes. A fiery hot emotion surged within his chest. A silent explosive cry did not disappear from the bottom of his heart for a long time. Cuckoo, since you are confident, this old man will not worry too much. Additionally, there is a place that I hope you can make a trip to when you have the time. That place has something that can help you raise your strength. The old man nodded. The words that followed caused Xiao Yan to raise his eyebrows slightly. The Inner Sky Pavilion. Most of the clan's chi methods and do skills are stored there. There is a scroll called the Fire God's Fury. Together with the Wind God's Fury and the Lightning God's Fury, they are known as the three Fury Gods of our Xiao clan. This can be considered the greatest help this old man can give you in participating in the clan meeting. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened when these words were uttered. He had personally experienced the might of the Wind God's Fury. Naturally, he was able to understand the strength of that do skill. It was likely that it belonged to the high tier even among the E-class do skills. Since this so-called Fire God's Fury was equally famous as it was naturally not difficult to imagine how strong it was. If he was able to master this Fire God's Fury, it might become another great trump card of his. Xiao Yan slowly stood up when the moon was high in the sky. After chatting for a long time with the old man in front of him, he had gained a greater understanding of the Xiao clan and the other factions in the middle region. Although it was already halfway through the night, he still had a refreshed appearance. On the other hand, Xiao Linger had a sleepy appearance. How could she have noticed what they were chatting about? Thank you, First Elder, for your guidance today. Xiao Yan will take his leave now. Cuckoo, go ahead. You can come and find this old man if you need anything. The old man smiled and nodded. Xiao Yan replied. He glanced at the sleepy Xiao Linger before turning around and swiftly walking back the way he had come. Chapter 1397. When Xiao Yan returned to the pavilion, he saw Xiao Xian waiting in the main hall. When the two of them met, Xiao Yan naturally told Xiao Xian about his meeting with the First Elder. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this. Obstruct ha! Xiao Xian nodded slightly upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Soon after, he laughed softly and slowly said to Xiao Yan, there are only 3 people in the clan who have a grudge against you and me. Without mentioning the others, you need to pay special attention to them. Who? Xiao Yan immediately frowned upon hearing this. To be mentioned by Xiao Xian, the status of these 3 people in the Xiao clan was likely extraordinary. The 3 elders in charge of the inner pavilion are Xiao Gan, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Dingtian. They are in charge of the inner pavilion, and other than the patriarch and the 10 great elders, no one else in the clan can match up to them. The arrangements for the clan meeting are all personally planned by them, and they are quite concerned about the 2 of us. If we are unable to participate in the clan meeting, then it must be their doing. If that is the case, wouldn't our willingness to participate in the clan gathering be? There is no need to be too worried. Now that the return to source technique is complete, as long as I am able to break through to source ancestor within half a year, the pressure on the 3 of them will naturally lessen. At that time, with the support of the clan leader and the First Elder, they will not be able to do much. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Xiao Xian smiled in a slightly comforting manner. However, Xiao Xian's words did not make Xiao Yan feel relaxed. Instead, it made him feel an even greater pressure in his heart. Although the former's words were light, the prerequisite for them to participate in the clan gathering was that Xiao Xian had to break through to source ancestor within half a year. Given his current situation, it was unknown just how long it would take for him to break through to source ancestor. If he went overboard, even if he could break through to source ancestor, it would likely cause an irreversible impact on Xiao Xian's cultivation. One could imagine how difficult it would be. What are the identities of the 10 great elders? After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yan focused on Xiao Xian's words again. The 10 great elders are made up of the previous cabinet elders, led by the great elder. Among the remaining people you have only seen the third elder, Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Mingyuan to have such an identity in the Xiao clan. However, although the 10 great elders are above the inner pavilion elders, they are all in charge of their own affairs and do not care about the internal affairs of the clan. Naturally, they will not interfere in the clan meeting. This time, if the third elder is not related to you and me, he would not be able to interfere. The first elder is biased towards the clan leader's side. However, just these alone are not enough. Xiao Xian slowly shook his head. He naturally understood Xiao Yan's meaning. However, at this moment they could only rely on themselves. Any external help might end up becoming a reason for those elders to reprimand them. Xiao Yan frowned as he quickly pondered in his heart. In that case, it was inevitable that Xiao Xian's cultivation would break through to the origin ancestor level within half a year. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the clan meeting. Compared to the former, Xiao Xian was much calmer. Seeing the slightly grave expression on Xiao Yan's face, he smiled faintly and changed the topic. Don't worry, there is still some time before the clan meeting. We can still make it in time. Let's put this matter aside for now. Before that, the most important thing is to go to the Hidden Sky Pavilion and obtain the Fire God's Fury. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded heavily. He was also quite interested in the Fire God's Fury. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jolted as if he had thought of something. His eyes slowly narrowed as he pondered. The Hidden Sky Pavilion, as the Xiao clan's library, there should be quite a number of pill formulas in there, right? Haha, it's not just a few. Among the 3 great clans, the number of high-tier pill formulas that the Xiao clan possesses is comparable to the other 2 clans combined. In fact, they might even have more. As long as it is a pill formula below rank 8, the Xiao clan will not have anything that our Xiao clan does not have. Xiao Xian smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little surprised by the Xiao clan's collection. At the same time, his heart also jolted slightly. If this was the case, he might not have to worry about the pill formulas that he needed. The next day, Xiao Yan walked leisurely on a spacious road. From time to time he would turn his head and look into the distance. When he crossed the road, he could see a large number of pavilions scattered about. The endless forest surrounded the entire Xiao clan. Although he was far away, Xiao Yan could clearly see some huge stone towers that emerged from the forest. They stood in a mysterious position in the forest. It was not difficult to guess that it should be some kind of great array. At the same time, the members of the Xiao clan who passed by on both sides of the road were also looking at this person who had caused a commotion in the clan not long ago. Curiosity surfaced on their faces and some of their eyes were filled with hostility. From the looks of it, the elders of the clan were not the only ones who were against him. Even the ordinary disciples of the Xiao clan were affected. Xiao Yan could not help but shrug his shoulders helplessly when he sensed the strange gazes around him. He did not have the time to think about the mystery of the stone towers. Immediately he changed his footsteps and executed the sky extinction step. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a black streamer. Before the disciples of the Xiao clan could react, he had already disappeared at the end of the street. After a while, Xiao Yan walked through the streets and the surroundings became increasingly spacious. Finally, a huge pavilion appeared in front of him. A huge pavilion stood majestically in the spacious open space. Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the magnificent pavilion in front of him. He could not help but shake his head in amazement. On the plaque of the huge pavilion, there were 3 rather ancient words, Profound Sky Pavilion. The plaque was completely black, but it faintly reflected a little bit of golden light, revealing a vicissitude and ancient mysterious aura. Inner Sky Pavilion was one of the most important places in the Xiao clan. It carried the ancient inheritance of the Xiao clan for countless years. It was a place that every member of the Xiao clan yearned to visit. However, as the most important place in the Xiao clan, the defense of this place seemed to be a little too weak. At the very least, from Xiao Yan's point of view, there was no one guarding the Inner Sky Pavilion. Even the door, which had many signs of wear and tear, seemed to be a little loose. It seemed as though it would fall off at any time. Xiao Yan stood in front of the door. He hesitated for a moment before he respectfully cupped his hands together and bowed at the pavilion in front of him. He took a deep breath before he lifted his feet and walked to the door. He was about to push the door of the pavilion open. It was also at this moment that, "Stop right there. How can an outsider like you step into the important place of the Xiao clan?" Chapter 1398. Just as Xiao Yan was about to lift his hand and open the door in front of the Inner Sky Pavilion, a cold cry was suddenly emitted from behind him. The dense words carried a sense of arrogance. Although he had not seen the person, he could tell that this fellow was definitely not a good person. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and slowly turned around. His gaze immediately landed on a young man. The two of them looked at each other before he spoke in an indifferent voice. "Who are you?" "Xiao Clan Xiao Tian." The young man lifted his chin slightly and coldly replied. 9-star origin Emperor. Not bad. Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. His gaze swept up and down the young man's body as he gave his evaluation with a soft smile. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze, turned around and pushed open the door of the inner sky pavilion. He lifted his foot and was about to step into it. "Stop right there. Don't you understand what I have said? You are not allowed to enter this place." Xiao Tian's expression immediately sunk when he saw that Xiao Yan actually ignored his words. At the same time, a cold cry was emitted from his mouth. His foot stomped on the ground and his body immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiao Yan and grabbed his shoulder. "Bus." Xiao Yan's shoulder shook gently the moment Xiao Tian's hand landed. A surge of surging energy immediately swept out from within his body and instantly forced Xiao Tian's body back. Xiao Yan's foot, which was about to land on the pavilion, also stopped and withdrew. After which, he turned around and looked at Xiao Tian, who had been forced back dozens of feet. His tone was slightly deep as he said, "It is not up to you to judge whether I am a member of the Xiao clan or not. It is also not up to you to decide whether I have the qualifications to enter the inner sky pavilion. However, if you wish to find trouble, I am happy to accompany you." Xiao Yan slowly stepped forward as his voice sounded. The aura that covered the surface of his body rose with each step he took forward. His dense gaze also landed on the latter's body. After the matter 2 days ago, Xiao Yan's heart clearly understood that if he wished to gain a foothold in the Xiao clan, the most effective method was to continue to prove himself and defeat all those who opposed him. The right to speak would naturally land in his hands. Today he would treat this Xiao Tian as a good start. Xiao Tian's heart involuntarily trembled when he sensed Xiao Yan's gaze. Soon after, he coldly snorted. His gaze suddenly turned cold as a powerful aura spread out from his body. "Xiao Yan, I am aware that you are a Yuan Zong. However, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. I have heard that you have defeated Xiao Chuhang. In that case, allow me to see just how great your ability is today." Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when he heard this. He could not help but feel curious about Xiao Chuhang's position in the Xiao clan. Could it be that this fellow was the standard to measure the strength of the younger generation in the Xiao clan? Why would everyone mention him before they fought? Xiao Tian's body shook after his cry sounded. Scarlet-red flames immediately spurted out from the pores all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the flames covered his entire body. A scorching temperature caused the air in the area to become much drier. Great Dao skill, Furious Storm. While the seal between Xiao Tian's hands was changing, numerous fire curtains were formed in the space around him in the blink of an eye. Soon after, they covered his body in succession. The surprising thing was that with the support of these fire curtains, what was agglomerating on Xiao Tian's body was not some powerful Dou skill. Instead, it was wave after wave of extremely powerful energy aura. With the support of this energy aura, Xiao Tian's cultivation had actually crossed the boundary of the Origin Emperor and reached the level of a Yuan Zong. Fierce flames crazily burned on the surface of his body. Xiao Tian's aura also became increasingly frightening as the fire curtains gathered. In the end, his aura was actually close to that of a 3-star Yuan Zong. It is actually a great Dao skill that can raise one's strength. How frightening! Xiao Yan exclaimed in his heart. He had never imagined that there would actually be such a shocking great Dao skill in this world. It was actually able to allow a peak Origin Emperor expert to directly cross the boundary of 3 stars. Great Dao skills were different from ordinary Dou skills. They would become increasingly powerful as the strength of the practitioner and the great Dao power increased. If the great Dao skills that they were currently using were equivalent to an E-class Dou skill, then once Xiao Tian's strength completely matured in the future, the increase that his great Dao skills would bring would be unimaginable. "Xiao Yan, let's fight." Bright red flames filled Xiao Tian's eyes. The glass flames were like a god that was inspecting the world. They carried an incomparably arrogant aura that caused others to involuntarily feel sluggish. "It must be said that this great Dao skill of yours is the most shocking one that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, flames are useless against me, arrogant person. The reason that Xiao Chuhang lost to you was because he was not strong enough. Since his fury of the wind god was unable to defeat you, today, I will use the fury of the fire god to show the might of my Xiao clan." Xiao Tian coldly snorted when he heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. As his words sounded, he swiftly raised both his palms. His 10 fingers moved together and flames that reached the sky immediately surged. A bright red huge virtual image also swiftly agglomerated behind him. Fury of the Fire God. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head when he saw this. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Only then did he slowly raise his right hand. He opened his palm and a thought passed through his mind. Soon after, a puff sound followed and a cluster of pale purple-colored flame rose from his palm. Almost at this instant, an invisible strange aura instantly swept out. The originally incomparably hot space seemed to have a layer of raging flames burning. The entire place was so dry that it was about to explode. Buzz. The expression on Xiao Tian's face instantly froze when he saw the flame in Xiao Yan's palm. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared at the cluster of flames. His expression was filled with disbelief. This is a heavenly flame. Xiao Tian felt his heart suddenly skip a beat when the two words heavenly flame were spat out. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although he knew that Xiao Yan was a Genesis sect expert, he did not know that the latter actually possessed a heavenly flame. It was currently the most difficult energy to capture in this world. So what if it is a heavenly flame? Meet my Fury of the Fire God. Although he was shocked, he had no choice but to release the arrow that was knocked on the bow. The Fury of the Fire God had already been formed. If he stopped now, what difference would it be from fleeing? Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard this. Immediately, his feet gently stomped on the ground. With a thought, a sharp and overbearing golden light immediately flourished. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a metal giant. The purple flame in its palm also burst apart with a puff sound, transforming into purple flames that filled the sky and swiftly enveloped the golden body. The giant elephant skill was only a matter of thought for the current Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan took a gentle step forward as he watched the Fury of the Fire God that was charging toward him while carrying a fierce flame. His enormous hand clenched in the air and a purple-colored flame immediately agglomerated in his palm, wrapping around his entire fist. He no longer used any Do techniques. He merely relied on the strength of the heavenly flame to suddenly throw a punch forward. Bang! When the two collided, the frightening force contained in the fist instantly erupted. The raging purple flame immediately poured out like a tsunami and directly swallowed all the strength in the Fury of the Fire God. Not only that, the might of the punch had scattered the Fury of the Fire God in the short span of a few breaths. Bang! After the Fury of the Fire God was broken, Xiao Tian's body was uncontrollably sent flying by the remaining strength in the Fury of the Fire God. If Xiao Yan had not held back, it was likely that this attack alone would have caused Xiao Tian to be seriously injured. Just as Xiao Tian's body was forced back by Xiao Yan's punch, a somewhat shriveled hand was placed on his shoulder without any warning. The powerful force that should have landed on his body was easily neutralized by another force. Chapter 1399. Brat, my Xiao clan will not allow you to act so presumptuously. After Xiao Tian's retreating figure was stopped, a faint elderly voice was unhurriedly transmitted from behind him. When Xiao Yan focused his gaze, he saw that an old man in a brocade robe had unknowingly appeared behind Xiao Tian. At this moment, a pair of turbid old eyes were staring at Xiao Tian from afar. His eyes were sharp. An invisible strength swept out in a vast and mighty manner the instant the old man's voice sounded. It was like a wave that instantly struck Xiao Yan's golden body. In merely an instant, it caused the giant elephant skill to collapse. Xiao Yan, who was under it, was also exposed. This scene naturally caused some shock to surge into Xiao Yan's heart. The strength of this old man in front of him was indeed frightening. With just a single sentence, he had broken Xiao Yan's golden body. Moreover, from the sound of his words, it seemed that he was also one of their opponents. It was also at this moment that Xiao Tian, who had been stabilized by the old man, regained his senses. The instant he turned his head, he saw the old man behind him. Joy swiftly surged onto his face. "Grandfather, you are here." "Yes." The old man smiled at Xiao Tian before slowly saying, "You must be careful in the future. Although your great Dao power is extremely powerful and you do not need to fear an ordinary origin zone, he is an exception since both of you are of the fire attribute." Xiao Tian's face was solemn as he nodded when he heard this. After the exchange earlier, he had also come to understand just how frightening a heavenly flame was. Within the entire clan, there was hardly anyone from the same generation who could receive the attack he had just unleashed, even if they were experts from the source zone. Moreover, Xiao Yan had done it with such ease. From this, one could tell just how frightening a heavenly flame suppression of an ordinary flame was. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was opposite the two of them, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the two of them. No wonder this old man had such a gaze the moment he appeared. It turns out that he was Xiao Tian's grandfather. With this thought, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank as he felt that something was amiss. If Xiao Tian alone was unable to stop him from entering the Hidden Sky Pavilion, it was likely that everything would be different now that this old man had appeared. You are Xiao Yan? The old man's gaze turned back and once again looked at Xiao Yan, who had dispersed his golden body. He took half a step forward and in the next instant, his body had already appeared a short distance away from Xiao Yan. A pair of turbid eyes sized up the latter while his expression was filled with indifference. This young one is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart secretly shivered in the face of this old man's frightening speed. He clenched his teeth as quickly as he could as he calmed his mind as he cupped his hands together in a respectful manner as he spoke. Originally he wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate Xiao Yan. However, he did not expect the person in front of him to still have such a calm appearance. Even with the old man's rock-like character, he could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw this. Among the younger generation that he had seen, there were very few people who had such a character. Even so, it was ultimately difficult to change his position. Your ancestor was promoted to an inner sect elder by the clan head as an exception. I believe that he must have told you quite a lot about the clan's situation. You should be familiar with the name Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened when the old man's voice sounded. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. Xiao Jinghong. He remembered that he had heard Xiao Xian mention last night that he was one of the 3 intersect elders and also the biggest obstacle to them joining the Xiao clan. He did not expect to meet him in just one night. Xiao Jinghong smiled with satisfaction when he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression. He continued speaking. Xiao Yan, this old man will not say any more nonsense. However, there is one thing. This Hidden Sky Pavilion is an important place of our Xiao clan. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Although the blood of our Xiao clan flows in your body, you do not have the right to enter before you officially become a member of our Xiao clan. As expected, Xiao Yan frowned tightly as he quietly said to himself. At the same time he could not help but feel a little helpless. The inner sect elder held a high position in the clan. Other than the clan head, no one could control him. Xiao Jinghong's words had naturally sealed off all of Xiao Yan's paths. If he was unable to enter the Hidden Sky Pavilion today, it was likely that he would not have another chance in the future. Therefore you should return. Xiao Jinghong faintly said. His gaze was calm as he looked at Xiao Yan. Both of his eyes narrowed as though he was waiting for the latter's reaction. At this moment, a somewhat domineering delicate voice suddenly sounded. Why should I return? Since I have come, it is only natural that I should go in and take a look. I can't possibly leave dejectedly just because of your words. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened when he heard that familiar voice. He turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a lovely and pretty human figure walking over from a spot not far from them. Her intelligent eyes were withdrawn from Xiao Jinghong and immediately landed on the former. Her smiling face appeared to be harmless to humans and animals. However, whenever Xiao Yan recalled what had happened yesterday evening, his heart did not dare to be careless with this girl. This person was Xiao Linger, whom he had exchanged blows with yesterday. Even with Xiao Jinghong's status as an elder of the inner sect, he could not help but frown when he saw Xiao Linger. His gaze turned and he immediately began to quietly ponder in his heart. We meet again. Today you will owe me a big favor. The young lady still had the same mischievous appearance as yesterday when she arrived in front of Xiao Yan. She giggled at the former. Xiao Yan also hurriedly cupped his hands together and thanked her in response. Just by looking at the young lady's appearance, he knew that he did not need to worry about the following matters. Linger, regardless of how arrogant you are, usually the Hidden Sky Pavilion has its own rules. As an outsider, Xiao Yan does not have the qualifications to enter. Xiao Tian swiftly stepped forward from beside Xiao Jinghong and said in a low and deep tone. Xiao Jinghong frowned and looked at his grandson. He opened his mouth slightly but was unable to say anything. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Linger on the opposite side. Xiao Tian, whether Xiao Yan is an outsider or not, this does not seem to be something for you to say. Moreover, whether he can enter the Hidden Sky Pavilion or not is not up to you to decide. Hearing these two sentences again, Xiao Tian's entire face instantly became green. He hesitated for a moment and was about to open his mouth again when he was stopped by Xiao Jinghong by the side. Linger, tell me. What is going on? Seeing this, Xiao Linger curled her lips and smiled. first elder has given the order to allow Xiao Yan to enter the hidden sky pavilion. No one is allowed to stop him. After these words were spoken, Xiao Jinghong nodded his head with an ugly expression. Although he had already guessed this result, personally hearing Xiao Linger's explanation still caused him to feel a little astonished. From the looks of it, the first elder should have seen Xiao Yan. Xiao Jinghong let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the former again. He said doubtfully, "Girl, you can't lie to me. Did the first elder really say these words to you?" Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Linger's pretty face suddenly became slightly serious. After which, she hurriedly took out a white jade tablet from her storage ring. Shockingly, the word Xiao was written on it. "This is the jade tablet that the first elder gave me. Why don't you take a look?" When she said this, the young girl's throat involuntarily rolled. In the next moment, just as Xiao Jinghong was about to raise his hand to take the jade tablet, his gaze suddenly changed. The movement of his hand also immediately stopped. After which, he deeply looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Linger. Ignoring Xiao Tian's insistence, he quickly brought them away from this place. Chapter 1400. Grandfather, from that girl's actions earlier, it is obvious that she has a guilty conscience. As long as we can prove that the jade token does not belong to the first elder, then Xiao Yan, there is no need. Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian were slowly walking on a wide street. Their turbid old eyes casually swept over the young clan members who were respectfully greeting them. Xiao Jinghong slowly shook his head when he heard Xiao Tian's words and replied indifferently. A suspicious expression involuntarily appeared on Xiao Tian's face when he heard this. Before Xiao Tian could ask, the former quickly opened his mouth and said, "That jade token does not belong to the first elder. I was already aware of this from her reaction when she heard my words. However, the one who can truly stop us is not her." "Not Linger? Then could it be?" Xiao Tian seemed to have understood something when Xiao Jinghong's words were spoken. Within the Xiao clan, there were only a few people who could cause this inner pavilion leader to back off. The former did not explain any further in response. Instead, he slowly stopped and his turbid eyes once again landed on Xiao Tian. His tone changed as he said, What do you think about the fight with Xiao Yan earlier?" Xiao Tian was at a loss when Xiao Jinghong suddenly asked this question. He mused for a moment before replying truthfully, "He is very strong. At the very least, I am no match for him in terms of attributes. A heavenly flame is really too frightening." In the past, Xiao Tian might have underestimated this kind of thing that only existed in legends. However, after the clash with Xiao Yan earlier, he completely understood how frightening a heavenly flame was. Who would not be afraid of the strongest energy in the world? What if we disregard the heavenly flame? Xiao Jinghong gently nodded and asked again. This time, the expression on Xiao Tian's face involuntarily tightened. His brows were tightly knit together as his eyes stared at the empty space in front of him. The arrogant aura that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier once again surfaced in his mind. After a dozen breaths, he finally spoke in a solemn tone. "He's definitely the strongest two-star origin sect expert I've ever seen. If Xiao Chuhang is compared to him, then even 10 of him wouldn't be able to compare to him. Even though I don't want to admit it, this is the truth." Because of his grandfather, even though Xiao Tian did not have a good impression of Xiao Yan, he did not quibble about the truth that he had experienced. A loss was a loss. There was no point in quibbling. Xiao Jinghong raised his eyebrows in some surprise when he heard this. He was naturally aware of his grandson's arrogance. Although his grandson's cultivation had yet to step into the origin ancestor class, his combat strength was not inferior to a 2-star origin ancestor. The number of people in the current clan who could defeat him could be counted with one's fingers. However, he was able to have such a high evaluation of Xiao Yan, whom he had met for the first time. This was sufficient to see how powerful Xiao Yan's cultivation was. Xiao Jinghong could not help but feel a little curious about Xiao Yan when he thought of this in his heart. Even though he still did not acknowledge Xiao Yan's identity as a member of the Xiao clan until now, his powerful combat strength was sufficient to cause him to have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yan. Of course, whether Xiao Yan had the qualifications to join the clan was another matter. At the same time, in front of the inner sky pavilion, Xiao Linger also resentfully withdrew the jade tablet that she was tightly clenching in her jade-like hands. She secretly sighed in relief in her heart. While the expression on her pretty face relaxed, her pretty eyes once again looked at Xiao Yan beside her. Her expression changed as she playfully laughed. "Remember, you owe me a favor." Xiao Yan smiled. A mocking expression flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately, his face became serious as he said, Isn't that the jade tablet's owner's possession? Isn't that jade pendant the Grand Elder's? If anything, it should be the Grand Elder's favor. Why? Alright, if you don't want to enter the Inner Sky Pavilion, you can take it that way. I will call them back now. The young lady immediately curled her lips coldly when she heard this. She turned around and was about to leave. Xiaoyan was speechless. He hurriedly pulled her back and bitterly laughed. I admit defeat. I must enter the Inner Sky Pavilion. What about the favor? The young lady immediately smiled. Her pretty face was filled with a victorious expression. The loss that she had suffered at the hands of Xiaoyan the day before yesterday could be considered to have been repaid. The favor is naturally yours. This should be fine, right? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Xiaoyan's face was filled with helplessness. This girl really held a grudge. Hearing this, the young lady chuckled. Then she led the way and walked straight to the entrance of the Inner Sky Pavilion. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment. His gaze inexplicably swept across the sky above his head. After that, he slightly bowed towards a certain direction before following closely behind. When the two of them arrived in front of the Inner Sky Pavilion and looked at the half-open door, Xiaoyan slowly let out a sigh of relief. His mood also relaxed a little. Alright, you can go in. Remember that you owe me a favor. The young lady stopped and gently waved her hand, indicating for Xiaoyan to enter. What, you're not going in? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing suspicion in his eyes. However, the young lady shook her head and said, there are rules in the Inner Sky Pavilion. Unless there is permission or there is a grand occasion in the clan, no one is allowed to enter. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Xiao Tian made a move earlier. That guy was indeed in a hurry. At this moment, when he connected it with Linger's words, it turned out that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop him after entering the Inner Sky Pavilion. After thinking through this point, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. At the same time, he pushed open the door in front of him and stepped in. The originally bright line of sight in front of him suddenly darkened at this moment. It was as if there was a special power sweeping across his body. Everything about him seemed to be completely exposed under this power. Just as Xiaoyan was secretly surprised in his heart, the voice of the young lady outside the door sounded again. Remember my favor. After you come out, I want you to do something for me. Okay, I promise you. Also, turning his head to look at the door that was about to close and the delicate figure that was about to be isolated, Xiaoyan slowly smiled and said, the matter of your jade token can't be hidden from Xiao Jinghong. After these words were spoken, the door of the Inner Sky Pavilion was tightly shut. The expression on the face of the young lady outside the door suddenly froze when she heard these words. At the same time, in the back mountain of the Xiao clan, the old man who was seated faintly smiled. He looked at a cup of tea that was placed on a flat green rock in front of him. His eyes were filled with a special charm. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that the scene reflected by the tea in the cup was currently outside the Inner Sky Pavilion. The moment the door of the Inner Sky Pavilion was tightly shut, an ancient and desolate aura came rushing over. This caused Xiaoyan to hurriedly focus his attention. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. After a few breaths, Xiaoyan finally inhaled a deep breath. He lifted his head and scanned the scene in front of him. Chapter 1401. Unlike the squarish pavilion that one could see in the outside world, the space within the Inner Sky Pavilion was circular in shape. At a glance, the entire space appeared extremely spacious. There was only a spiral staircase in the middle of the hall that led to the second floor. The incomparably hard black walls surrounding the hall were divided into countless orderly storage cabinets. At every set distance, there would be an empty space between the storage cabinets. Huge words of different colors were engraved on the cabinets. These words corresponded to chi methods and do skills of different grades and attributes. In this hall, the one with the highest grade had reached the level of a human class chi method and do skill. At a glance, the countless number of storage cabinets were filled to the brim with various chi methods and do skills. The collection of the Xiao clan could really be described with the word, terrifying. Unfortunately, the things that Xiaoyan needed clearly did not exist in this hall on the first floor. After exclaiming in his heart, Xiaoyan took a step forward and directly stepped onto the staircase that led to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the space on the second floor was a little smaller. Even the way the items were displayed had changed. Other than the storage cabinets on the walls, there were also rows of storage shelves that were made of the same material as the walls. Even the items that were stored on the shelves had an additional category of medicinal pills. The grades of all the items on the second floor had stepped into the spirit class. Even some of the medicinal pills had reached the level of a Tier 7 medicinal pill. When he reached the third floor, the space in the hall became increasingly smaller. The Qi methods here had also reached the E class. The air was filled with waves of pill fragrance. Relying on this, Xiao Yan judged that the medicinal pills stored on this floor had at least reached the level of a Tier 7 medicinal pill. When he arrived beside a row of storage cabinets that were used to store medicinal pills, Xiao Yan looked at the row of jade boxes that were emitting threads of cold air. He could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Even with the strength of his current spiritual strength, he did not have much confidence in refining a Tier 7 medicinal pill. However, there were actually more than 10 of them displayed here. If this number was brought to the outside world, it would definitely cause quite a big commotion. Other than this, Xiao Yan also saw a couple of Tier 6 formation plates. Although their grades were not low and being able to be placed on the third floor of the Inner Sky Pavilion was considered an honor in the eyes of an ordinary person, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh. Compared to medicinal pills, array discs were even rarer on the continent. This was especially the case for high-grade array discs. They could be said to be priceless existences. Ordinary factions would not even be able to lay their eyes on them. It was already quite rare to see a rank 6 array disc in the Hidden Sky Pavilion of the Shao clan. After all, even the Heavenly Cloud Villa, which specialized in arrays, did not have many of them. On top of the 3 black stone platforms, there were 3 semicircular energy barriers that looked like overturned bowls. Under the sturdy energy barriers, there were 3 scrolls of different colors. This was the only special thing about the entire third floor. The 3 scrolls were the Wind God's Fury, the Thunder God's Fury and the Fire God's Fury of the Shao clan. Xiao Yan's gaze was fiery hot as he eyed the crimson scroll with purple lines drawn on it. A smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. The Fire God's Fury, it's you. Xiao Yan was not overly anxious in the face of this scroll that was so close to him. Instead, he gently exhaled and slowly extended his hand. He placed it on the seemingly weak light barrier and exerted a little force with his palm. Immediately, he was able to sense a strong rebounding force surging out, shaking Xiao Yan's hand until it involuntarily trembled. The defensive power is not bad. After roughly measuring the defensive strength of the light shield, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and took half a step back. His right hand clenched into a fist, and as Genesis Qi gathered in his palm, a stream of golden light began to flow around his arm. Ha! His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his raised right fist instantly smashed down. The moment the space in front of him distorted, his fist had already heavily smashed into the light barrier. Clang! With a loud bang, circular ripples rapidly spread from the point of collision like raging waves. The entire light shield trembled violently, but it did not show any signs of breaking. Instead, a strong rebounding force continued to sweep outwards in an attempt to block Xiao Yan's fist. Force Elephant Art Break. With a roar in his heart, Xiao Yan's right arm suddenly jerked, and a surging force rushed out from his arm, violently attacking the light shield like a volcanic eruption. Boom! In the next instant, the light barrier was blasted apart under the frightening attack of this strength. Only then did the crimson scroll below land in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled and his arm suddenly jerked. His robes fluttered and the sound of bones colliding rang out. Only then did he gradually relax. Ever since Xiao Yan entered the Shao clan, it was only at this moment that he truly fought. The collision between his bones had completely swept away all the fatigue that had accumulated in his body over the past half a month. His entire person had even become much more energetic. Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction. Only then did he once again look at the scroll on the stone table in front of him. The crimson flowing light wrapped around it, appearing just like a real flame. It appeared that as long as it was slightly supported, it would completely burn. In the next moment, when Xiao Yan extended his hand to grab the scroll, the entire scroll shook violently. A raging flame suddenly rose from it, and it looked as if it wanted to climb onto Xiao Yan's arm, as if it wanted to devour him. It actually has the ability to defend itself. This is really rare. Xiao Yan softly muttered. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind, and the hand that was holding the scroll tightened slightly. In an instant, the flame that surged out from it suddenly disappeared, and the scroll that was originally shaking violently immediately calmed down. Seeing this, Xiao Yan casually kept it into his storage ring. After doing this, Xiao Yan, who should have left, did not stop. Instead, he lifted his foot and once again arrived in front of the stairs, intending to step onto the 4th level of the Profound Sky Pavilion. Buzz. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to step onto the stairs, The originally calm space in front of him instantly condensed into an invisible barrier, blocking his footsteps. Xiao Yan's heart was startled. His footsteps immediately took a few steps back. As his expression changed, his solemn gaze involuntarily swept swiftly over the surrounding space. However, he did not see even half a human figure. Immediately he cried out in a deep voice. "May I know what elder means by this?" "Humph, brat, don't you know the rules of the profound sky pavilion?" In the empty hall, a hoarse old voice inexplicably sounded. The pressure that it contained immediately landed on Xiao Yan's head, causing the emotions in his heart to become increasingly solemn. Chapter 1402. On the third floor of the profound sky pavilion, after hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan's heart froze. With regards to the rules of the profound sky pavilion, if it wasn't for Linger's explanation earlier, he wouldn't have known at all. However, he didn't expect that the mysterious old man would mention it again at this moment. This caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss. With the astonishing pressure above his head, Xiao Yan was silent for a while before he said with some difficulty, "I'm sorry. This is the first time this junior has entered. No one told me the rules here." Forget it. Those who don't know can't be blamed. Since it's your first offense, you can leave now." Hearing this, the mysterious old man snorted softly. At the same time, the imposing pressure on Xiao Yan's body also dissipated. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move, another aged voice sounded again. "Remember, after entering the profound sky pavilion, anyone can only take one thing away. Moreover, they must return it to its original place within 3 months. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the clan rules." After these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank. The expression on his face couldn't help but change slightly. Today he entered the profound sky pavilion not only for the fire god's fury. However, the words of the mysterious old man at this moment had completely destroyed his plans. However, even if he was unwilling in his heart, the rules were like this. At this moment he could only helplessly accept it. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips. He lifted his feet and walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. The two mysterious old men once again fell into silence. This little fellow seems to be somewhat unwilling. In the top floor of the profound sky pavilion, 2 old men were sitting cross-legged. Their bodies didn't move at all. Although their old eyes were closed, they knew everything that happened in the pavilion like the back of their hands. At this moment, seeing the unwilling expression on Xiao Yan's face, one of them couldn't help but laugh. "Rules are rules. The first elder has already been very tolerant of him. He definitely can't make an exception for him." Compared to the former, the other old man seemed much more rigid. His tone was indifferent, and his voice carried a cold aura that kept people thousands of miles away. The laughing old man seemed to be used to this. He only chuckled and said again, "Hee, of course we can't break the rules. However, I also remember that although we can only take away one item, it doesn't include the items cultivated in the profound sky pavilion." What you mean is..." The cold old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. He stared at the former with a look of surprise and said in a deep voice, "In the past 100 years, only 3 people have managed to do this. The previous person seems to be the ancestor of this little fellow. I remember that not only did he successfully learn the wind god's fury in the hidden sky pavilion, he even took away a scroll. Perhaps, this little fellow might be able to complete the pioneering work of his ancestor." The moment the laughing old man's words were spoken, the latter immediately became silent. His eyes were a little sluggish, as though he was recalling the situation that the former had described. The fellow who was called a cripple by the clan members had left an extremely deep impression in their hearts. As the old man's words faded, the pavilion also returned to silence. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also frowning as he stepped down from the first floor. His slightly sluggish footsteps stepped on the thick floor. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knitted, and there was a hint of bitterness in his expression. Although the result was clear, he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. Although he did come to the profound sky pavilion for the fire god's fury, he also hoped to find a way to help Xiao Xian break through the bottleneck here. However, he did not expect the result to be like this. Sigh. Letting out a helpless sigh, Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the door that was getting closer and closer. The emotions in his heart grew more and more nervous. Once he opened these 2 doors, it would be very difficult for him to enter this place again. After all, even with the protection of the first elder, he could not repeatedly refute the wishes of the 3 cabinet leaders. He could only hope that a miracle would happen before he raised his hand to open these 2 doors. The tightly shut door of the pavilion was just inches away. Xiao Yan's emotions were also tense to the extreme. Even his breathing had slightly paused at this moment. Some cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his originally calm face. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. Involuntarily counting the steps to the door in his heart, the skin at the corner of Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but twitch. When he reached the last step, Xiao Yan finally slowly exhaled. He raised his slightly trembling hands and placed them on the round and shiny door handle. With his hand tightly holding the door handle, Xiao Yan's emotions calmed down for a moment. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth and was about to open the door and leave. It was also at this moment that an old voice that caused his movements to instantly stiffen came from the empty hall behind him. "Kid, if you really want to take away the other things, it is not impossible." The old voice was like sweet rain that poured into the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart, which was on the verge of collapsing. The next moment, when Xiao Yan turned around, a piercing pain was instantly transmitted from his left eye. Only then did he suddenly realize that cold sweat had unknowingly covered his face. Even the clothes he was wearing were drenched by cold sweat. "Senior, please enlighten me." After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed towards the depths of the hall. The emotions in his heart also quickly stabilized. He was not a fool. Hearing the meaning in the old man's words, it was obvious that there was something else. Since they were able to make a concession, they would definitely have other requests. That's easy. As long as you can cultivate the fury of the fire god or the other thing you are looking for to great success within the limited time, you can take one of them and leave the profound sky pavilion. Otherwise, you won't be able to take anything away. The time limit is 3 days. If you succeed in cultivating it within 3 days, you can choose any item within the profound sky pavilion. If you fail, we will forcefully expel you. The former's voice had just sounded when a cold and indifferent old voice quickly sounded. The meaning in his words caused the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart to tighten. Immediately, he felt a pressure assault him. 3 days. If it was merely to cultivate an E-class Do technique into shape, it was very easy. However, if one wanted to grasp its essence and reach great success, this was something that was basically impossible to accomplish. The formation and maturity of everything in this world required a process. Based on the simplicity of things, the length of time required for the process would naturally be greatly different. Although there were impressions left behind by predecessors within a high-class Do technique, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort, comprehending its essence was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, it was an E-class Do technique. If this action was successful, the benefits would naturally be quite great. However, if it failed, not only would he not be able to find a way to help Xiao Xian break through the bottleneck, he would also lose an extremely powerful trump card, the fury of the fire god. It was indeed difficult to weigh the pros and cons within. Chapter 1403. We won't force you. If you think that you can't do it, you can turn around and leave. You can still obtain the fire god's fury. Just as Xiao Yan was hesitating, the cold old man's voice sounded again. The impatience in his tone was not concealed at all. In the hall on the first floor, Xiao Yan's expression did not change when he heard the old man's words. He merely inhaled a deep breath of air and was quiet in the same spot for a moment. When he once again lifted his gaze, his feet stepped forward and once again walked toward the stairs that led to the second level. The intention in his heart was undoubtedly revealed. If Xiao Jinghong had stopped him outside the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion, it would have been fine. However, since he had entered the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion, he naturally had to find an answer that he was satisfied with. If he left just like that, wouldn't he appear to be a little cowardly? Moreover, one had to have the courage to do and fight. If he did not force himself, how would he know the depth of his ability? Since the Xiao clan dared to set such a rule, there must be a reason behind it. Since it was something that the predecessors could do, it might not be impossible for him to do it. This brat is quite courageous. That laughing old man within the pavilion involuntarily revealed an expression of praise on his old face when he saw Xiao Yan once again step onto the second level. The other old man, on the other hand, let out a faint cold snort and said, "If he doesn't dare, then he can dream of joining our Xiao clan." Hearing this, the old man smiled but did not say anything. The reason why they gave Xiao Yan this opportunity was not only because of his relationship with the First Elder, but also because they wanted to use this opportunity to test him. After all, if he did not even have the courage to fight for an item, how could he participate in the clan meeting and enter the Xiao clan? However, judging from the current situation, Xiao Yan's actions had obviously satisfied them. As for whether he could obtain the item he wanted, it would depend on his luck. The pavilion quieted down once again as Xiao Yan slowly stepped onto the third floor. Finally, he stood in front of the stairs leading to the fourth floor of the profound sky pavilion. Xiao Yan involuntarily clenched his teeth tightly as his pitch-black eyes stared straight at the tiny staircase that was just inches away from him. His expression was grave. From his current position, it seemed that he was only one step away from this staircase. However, he clearly understood that it was extremely difficult to truly take this step. One could naturally imagine how difficult it was to train an E-class Do technique to the complete mastery stage within 3 days. This was not only a test of one's strength. At the same time, it was also a verification of one's training talent. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of outstanding talent the person who was able to set such a rule in the inner sky pavilion was. Phew, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. His body sat cross-legged on the ground. After a short silence, he tossed all the distracting thoughts in his heart to the back of his head. After which, he raised his hands, formed the training seal and swiftly entered into his training state. Since time was of the essence, he needed to be in peak condition for the upcoming cultivation process. He needed to master the fire god's fury to the complete mastery stage within 3 days. He could not afford to fail during this process. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the churning and gathering Genesis chi in his body calmed down, a faint warmth was transmitted from his limbs and bones. Only then did Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly open. At this moment, his entire body had once again returned to its peak condition. Xiao Yan twisted his body slightly and sensed the surging tide-like energy within his body. He did not stand up. Instead, he rotated his wrist and took out a crimson scroll from his storage ring. It was the fire god's fury. A trace of nervousness and excitement involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's heart as he looked at the scroll in his hand. He had witnessed the great power of this item since the first day he entered the Xiao clan. It was finally time for him to train. Xiao Yan carefully unrolled the scroll in his hand and carefully studied all the information on it. Thoughts rapidly spun in his mind as a wave of information slowly flowed across his heart. After carefully studying the cultivation method of the fire god's fury for a long time, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The fire god's fury was indeed worthy of being called one of the 3 fire god's fury of the Xiao clan. It was much more difficult to master compared to ordinary intent class Do skills. At the very least, the heart-shattering palm that Xiao Yan practiced could not be compared to the fire god's fury. It requires the great Tao of fire as the foundation to form the fire god's fury. Xiao Yan frowned. Although his cultivation attribute was fire, the great Tao he comprehended was the great Tao of void. In a fundamental sense, it did not meet the requirements needed to practice the fire god's fury. Although everyone could comprehend more than one great Tao, it was clearly impossible for him to reach the same level as Xiao Xian in his current situation. Sigh. Xiao Yan sighed softly and helplessly shook his head. Now that things had developed to such a stage, he no longer had the time to comprehend the great way of fire. He could only rely on the heavenly flame within his body to give it a try. He had spent quite a lot of effort in order to arrive at this place. If he were to be forced back because of this reason, he would really let down the first elder's kind intentions. After throwing away the emotions in his heart, Xiao Yan's mind gradually calmed down. A moment later, he once again poured his mind into the scroll in front of him. As Xiao Yan's mind poured into the scroll, a complete set of cultivation methods was formed in his mind. An illusory figure formed a seal in his mind as an ethereal force gathered. It was the fire god's fury. At the same time, Xiao Yan closed his eyes again and lifted his hands involuntarily. His mind followed the movements of the illusory figure, slowly changing the seals in his palms. The Genesis chi in the vortex in his body also began to circulate. At the same time that the thin fog around the illusionary figure agglomerated into numerous curtains, a purple-colored flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body immediately spat out from a countless number of pores. It swiftly agglomerated and covered Xiao Yan's body. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. From the maneuvering of his Genesis chi to the agglomeration of the heavenly flame, everything seemed to proceed smoothly without the slightest mistake. Even some of the unavoidable bottlenecks described in the scroll were naturally passed. What's going on? Xiao Yan was dumbfounded as he examined everything that was happening to his body. He couldn't believe it. The cultivation of the fire god's fury was a little too easy. This point was something that Xiao Yan did not know. Naturally, other people would not have thought of it either. Although practicing the fury of the fire god required the way of the fire god as a foundation, fundamentally speaking, the way of the fire god was a derivative of the strength of a heavenly flame. Compared to an ordinary person, Xiao Yan who possessed a heavenly flame, was far superior to others regardless of whether it was his understanding or control of the flame. It was only natural that he would succeed in practicing the fury of the fire god. At a certain moment, when the enormous illusionary image behind the illusionary figure was formed in Xiaoyan's mind, an enormous image that was agglomerated from a purple-colored flame was slowly being formed behind Xiaoyan in the third level of the inner sky pavilion. But the moment the fire god took shape, an invisible blazing pressure abruptly spread out, covering every corner of the third floor. A domineering aura seemed to soar into the sky, as though it wanted to overturn the inner sky pavilion. At the same time, the two elders sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in the pavilion abruptly opened their eyes. Their turbid eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 1404. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on the third floor of the inner sky pavilion. Behind him, a giant flame statue towered like a small mountain. If Xiaoyan wasn't sitting cross-legged, the statue would have pierced through the dome. Inside the pavilion, the bodies of the two old men couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their eyes were wide open in anger and their eyes were filled with deep shock. Buzz buzz buzz. On the third floor, the giant statue behind Xiaoyan trembled slightly, and the astonishing pressure it exuded grew stronger and stronger. Even the giant statue's body continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, it had already broken through the original size limit. Enough. It was at this moment that the laughing elder's deep and solemn voice suddenly rang in Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan's thoughts instantly became clear, and the Genesis Qi and heavenly fire that he continuously sent into the giant statue also came to an abrupt halt. The giant statue behind him stabilized again. At the same time that Xiaoyan opened his eyes, he was surprised to sense the frightening pressure that filled the space around him. He could not help but be a little stunned. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the enormous statue behind him slowly disappeared. Only then did the pressure within the hall, which was about to explode, gradually disappear. At this moment, the empty space a short distance behind Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. A black-robed old man slowly appeared. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something as he swiftly turned around. He hurriedly bowed and greeted the old man the moment he saw him. Xiaoyan pays respect to elder. The old man acted as though he did not hear anything when he saw this. His pair of old eyes swept up and down Xiaoyan. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His gaze was startled as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. It was a long while later before his expression suddenly flashed and he recovered. He inhaled a gentle breath of air and said hesitantly, It's really done? Perhaps it was because of his relationship with the first elder, but the old man's heart held some expectations for Xiaoyan in front of him. However, he did not expect that the latter would actually be able to practice the fire god's fury to the advanced stage within less than half a day. This kind of training speed was really beyond imagination. Moreover, from the looks of the special pressure that Xiaoyan had unleashed when he used the fire god's fury earlier, it had exceeded his knowledge of the fire god's fury. Regardless of whether it was the frightening degree of the pressure or the continuous soaring of the fire god's fury, it was the first time that he had seen such a thing. In Xiaoyan's hands, this scroll seemed to have unearthed an unprecedented power. Just from this point alone, Vulcan's fury and Xiaoyan were practically tailor-made. Seeing the incredulous expression on the old man's face, Xiaoyan couldn't help but grin. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. I was just lucky. I didn't expect the process to be so smooth. Cuckoo, isn't it too modest to say that you were lucky? After all, something like a heavenly flame is not something that can be obtained by relying on luck. After the shock in his heart, the old man immediately associated it with the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body. The latter also smiled awkwardly. A moment later he finally laughed dryly and asked, Since the Do technique has already been mastered, may I know if this younger generation can enter the fourth level? Hey, you are really not polite. If the old me was not here earlier, I'm afraid that this house of Hidden Sky Pavilion would have been overturned by you if you were to continue like that earlier. At this moment you don't even have a word of thanks? This younger generation knows his mistake. Elder, please forgive me. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was initially startled. After which, he hurriedly smiled awkwardly and bowed to apologize. He also did not expect that he would actually create such a strong pressure just by following that training method to train. However, it would be a joke to say that he could overturn the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion. Regardless of the old man in front of him, just the formation and the barrier that was added to the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion was not something that he could easily shake. Alright, the old me is not here to criticize you. Since the fire god's fury has been mastered, The old me will not stop you from doing whatever you want to do next. However, you must remember that you can only take away one of the things in here. Additionally, you are not allowed to step into the 4th level and above. Only people at the elder level can enter the upper levels of the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion. If you continue to act like before, don't blame the old me for not giving you any face. The old man smiled slightly. A warm smile surfaced on his old face. However, when he reached the end of his words, his expression turned stern, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of awe in their hearts. As the words from his mouth faded, the old man immediately waved his sleeves gently. The invisible barrier that was condensed in front of the stairs quietly disappeared. Xiao Yan was finally able to step forward once again. "Thank you, elder." Once again Xiao Yan respectfully bowed to the old man. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the stairs with large strides. A fiery emotion involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. Wait a moment. However, just as Xiao Yan was excitedly taking large strides toward the stairs in front of him, the voice of the old man behind him was once again transmitted over. The somewhat hoarse old voice was like a steel nail, causing Xiao Yan's body to instantly freeze. The joy that had just surfaced in his dark black eyes instantly disappeared. After pausing for a long while, his body stiffly turned around and once again looked at the old man. In his heart, he could not help but have the impulse to curse out loud. "First, return the fury of the fire god in your hand to its original position. Otherwise, you will not be able to step onto the 4th level." The old man's eyes contained a hint of ridicule as he glanced at Xiao Yan and laughed softly. When the former heard these words, the tensed nerves all over his body suddenly relaxed. He slightly trembled as he exhaled. Immediately, he hurriedly returned the scroll in his hand to its original position. When he turned around again, the old man's figure had already disappeared. Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. In his heart, he secretly hoped that the old man would not cause any trouble. His footsteps did not dare to stop as he swiftly flew towards the 4th level. At the same time in the pavilion, the two old men were also looking at each other. Although he did borrow the benefits of the heavenly flame, it is an indisputable fact that he was able to master the fury of the fire god in half a day. Half a day. I remember that even Xiao Tian used close to 2 days. Although that is the case, compared to his ancestor, he is still lacking a little. Just as the cold old man's voice faded, the pavilion suddenly turned silent. In the minds of the two, the scene from a few years ago appeared at the same time. Although he appeared calm, it stirred up a storm in their hearts. It was likely that they would never be able to forget the scene from that day for the rest of their lives. That man only used 4 hours to master the fury of the wind god, in one of the 3 fury of the fire god. Now, although this junior of his couldn't compare to him, he could definitely be called stunning. Let's see how he performs in the clan gathering. After a long while, the cold old man suddenly said such a sentence. It seemed to be affirmation and also anticipation. On the other side, Xiao Yan had already stepped onto the 4th level of the sky-containing pavilion. Compared to before, the collection on the 4th level was undoubtedly more abundant. Unfortunately, even after rummaging through all the jade boxes that contained medicinal pills, Xiao Yan was still unable to find any medicinal pills that could help Xiao Xian break through his cultivation. This also caused his originally burning heart to become nervous and anxious. A moment later, in front of a storage shelf filled with various pill formulas, Xiao Yan's gaze was carefully and slowly sweeping across every scroll. These pill formulas were his last hope. If he failed, then his trip to the sky-containing pavilion would be considered a fruitless one. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Yan's eyes did not blink as he flipped through every pill formula on the storage rack. After a full hour, he saw that there were only a few pill formulas left that he had not checked. However, the pill formula that he needed did not have any results. Xiao Yan could not help but knit his eyebrows tightly together. The emotion in his heart also became increasingly gloomy. This is already the last scroll. Xiao Yan's hand trembled a little as he picked up the last scroll of the pill formula from the storage shelf. Holding the mentality of taking a gamble, the movement of his hand was extremely slow as he slowly opened it. The thick words gradually entered his eyes. Xiao Yan could not help but hold his breath and concentrate until the pill formula was completely opened. Rank 7 recovery pill? Sigh. In the end, there is still nothing. With a slightly heavy sigh, Xiao Yan helplessly put away the scroll in his hand and put it back to its original place. His hands hung low and his face was gloomy. The palms under his sleeves could not help but clench into fists, then release them with trembling. In the end, he bitterly smiled, shook his head and turned to walk towards the stairs. Just as Xiao Yan was about to turn around, his feet appeared to have stepped on something. When he lifted his leg to take a look in surprise, he was surprised to see a roll of pill formula that had rolled onto the ground and was spread open. What was reflected in his eyes at this moment were the 3 bold and powerful words barrier-breaking pill. Chapter 1405. On the 4th floor of the Inner Sky Pavilion, Xiao Yan held the pill formula in his hand tightly. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. His pitch-black eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The rank 7 barrier-breaking pill was a mid-grade pill. It could increase the chances of a peak origin Emperor expert breaking through by 20%. If one was lucky, the chances could even increase to 30 to 40%. Although the chances did not seem high for an expert who had reached the peak of the Origin Emperor realm, even a 10% chance of breaking through was extremely tempting, not to mention this barrier-breaking pill could increase it by 20%. Phew! After letting out a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan hurriedly put away the pill formula in his hand. After that, he did not stay any longer and quickly walked towards the stairs he came from. Now that he had obtained the pill formula, he had finally found a way to solve Xiao Xian's cultivation. Of course, there was no need to continue staying in the Inner Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yan's footsteps were light and quick as he ran down the stairs. His mood also became much more comfortable. Now that he had found the pill formula, the haze that covered his heart naturally disappeared. What he needed to consider next was how he should prepare to refine this rank 7 medicinal pill. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan returned to the 1st floor. Eyeing the gently swaying door in front of him, Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. His hand involuntarily rubbed the storage ring on his finger and gently rubbed it. After confirming that the pill formula was indeed present, he took a few steps to the front of the door and was about to lift his hand to pull open the door. However, it was also at this moment that the old voice from within the hall was once again transmitted over like a malicious spirit. Wait a moment. Hearing these words again, Xiao Yan felt his mind shake. The hand that he had just raised suddenly stopped in mid-air, and he could not help but feel a wave of grievance in his heart. The successive actions of these 2 old men had caused his mood to fluctuate. He did not know what other tricks this old man had up his sleeves. Sigh. Helplessly sighing, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and slowly turned around with a bitter face. As long as these 2 old fellows didn't have any ideas about breaking the pill formula, everything else was fine. This time, standing in front of him were 2 old men in black robes. One of them had a mocking expression on his face, which was the one that Xiao Yan had seen earlier. As for the other, his aged face seemed to be somewhat stiff, and he gave off a cold and indifferent aura, which made people not dare to approach him easily. The one who had called out to Xiao Yan earlier was undoubtedly the latter. Xiao Yan greeted the 2 elders. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, the 2 people in front of him were still the pavilion guardians of the Hidden Sky Pavilion. Not to mention their strength, just this identity alone was enough for him to treat them with respect. In response to Xiao Yan's respectful attitude, the laughing old man smiled and waved his hand. The other old man indifferently ignored him and coldly opened his mouth. The pill formula you chose is the barrier-breaking pill? As soon as the cold old man finished speaking, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank, and the expression on his face couldn't help but change slightly. He didn't expect this old man to really come for the pill formula of the barrier-breaking pill. Is it for Xiao Xian? Seeing that Xiao Yan didn't respond, the old man continued to speak indifferently. At the mention of Xiao Xian, the former suddenly frowned and clenched his teeth, refusing to comment. Seeing this, the laughing old man couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and said, "Little fellow, this old man doesn't mean to discourage you, but with Xiao Xian's condition, even the great elder won't be able to find out anything. Even if you can refine the barrier-breaking pill, you won't be able to help him." Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's stiff face eased a little. He cupped his hands towards the old man and said, "Junior appreciates senior's kindness, but no matter what, I have to try it myself. But if Xiao Xian has already taken the barrier-breaking pill, do you still insist?" As soon as the old man said this, Xiao Yan raised his brows and looked at the other party in surprise. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Xian had already taken the barrier-breaking pill. If that was the case, then wouldn't the pill formula that he had painstakingly found be worthless? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Who would have thought that all his efforts would be in vain in the end? Seeing Xiao Yan's lowered eyebrows and eyes, the 2 old men looked at each other. Under the indication of the laughing old man, the latter flicked his finger and the storage ring on his finger flickered. A scroll turned into a stream of light and landed in the former's hand in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, just as the disappointment on Xiao Yan's face grew stronger, the laughing old man's voice sounded again. Although you can't use the barrier-breaking pill, I have another pill formula here. I wonder if you have the courage to try it? Another pill formula? Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's somewhat disappointed eyes instantly turned. He raised his head and looked at the old man in surprise. A blazing light bloomed in the depths of his eyes once again. Seeing this, the old man chuckled and said, "Have you heard of the Zone Transformation Pill?" Zone Transformation Pill? Almost at the same time as the old man's voice sounded, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim out loud. Wild joy could not help but appear on his face. Compared to the barrier-breaking pill, the Zone Transformation Pill was even more famous. Even though both elixirs were rank 7, the Zone Transformation Elixir was a high rank 7 elixir. Just the difficulty of refining the elixir was far beyond the former. It was not inferior to some ordinary rank 8 elixirs. At the same time, the effect that it could produce was naturally not something that ordinary elixirs could compare to. The greatest effect of the Ancestor Transformation Pill was as its name suggested. It could allow an expert at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm to successfully break through to the Ancestor Transformation realm. This characteristic had successfully caused the Ancestor Transformation Pill to be highly sought after by countless Origin Emperors on the continent. However, there were two sides to everything. Although the Zone Transformation Pill could help Origin Emperors break through to the Origin Ancestor stage, the so-called Origin Ancestor stage could only be considered a pseudo-Origin Ancestor. Although the pill's special effect allowed one to gather Genesis Chi to break through, the result of the breakthrough would also cause the Genesis Chi in one's body to become unstable, making it difficult to gather. This would also cause one's cultivation to stagnate for a very long time, causing one to miss the best time to cultivate and regret it for the rest of one's life. Although this was the case, all these negative conditions were not a problem for Xiao Xian. After all, the return to origin art that Xiao Xian practiced was aimed at gathering Genesis Chi. Even if Xiao Xian did not deliberately cultivate it, he would still be able to gather Genesis Chi, let alone the side effects of the pill. Xiao Yan had no doubt that with the help of the Zone Transformation Pill, Xiao Xian's breakthrough was a certainty. Chapter 1406. Walking out of the inner sky pavilion, the orange-yellow sunlight spilled over. A cool wind brushed past Xiao Yan's face, brushing away the slightly oppressive aura on his body. It made Xiao Yan, who had stayed in the pavilion for an entire day, have the urge to merge with the world. He rubbed his face with all his might. Today's changing emotions made his entire face feel a little unnatural. It was only when he left the pavilion that his inner emotions were able to relax. Covering his face with his palm, Xiao Yan looked at the fiery red sky in the distance through the gaps between his fingers. He could not help but take a deep breath of cool air and look over with rapt attention. At the edge of the square, 3 figures were standing quietly. The person in the lead was undoubtedly Xiao Xian. As for the 2 people beside him, they were Bai Hua and Lian Er, who had been in seclusion for half a month. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian exchanged glances with each other after arriving in front of them. The 2 of them smiled in understanding. Immediately they looked at the 2 people by the side and laughed. "Why did you come out?" Bai Hua shrugged her shoulders and spread out her hands with a bitter smile. "We have finished absorbing the energy of the spirit stones. Our cultivation has broken through, so we naturally came out." As he said this, he could not help but curl his lips and look at Lian Er beside him. There was a different meaning in his eyes. Seeing this, the latter snickered and did not say anything. Hearing this, Xiao Yan suddenly came back to his senses. His gaze quickly swept over the former. His eyes flashed and he could not help but exclaim, 8-star Origin King. She has broken through 3 stars. Hehe, the truly terrifying one is this girl. She has broken through 5 stars of cultivation. Although she already showed signs of breaking through before this, she still surprised me for quite a while. Bai Hua gently shook her head and sighed. Xiao Yan's face was filled with surprise when he heard this. He looked at Lian Er, whose pretty face was filled with a smile, by the side. When he sensed the shocking aura within her body that was many times stronger than half a month ago, the expression on his face involuntarily changed once again. It was really as Bai Hua had said. At this moment, this girl's cultivation had already reached the level of a 5-star Origin King. In half a month's time, with the help of a single supreme-grade spirit stone, he was able to cross over 5 stars of cultivation. Even though it was only a breakthrough of 5 stars, such an astonishing speed was probably unheard of in the entire continent. TSK. That's really amazing. Did you swallow the spirit stones in one gulp? The little girl stuck out her tongue playfully. The adorable expression on her face made one unable to help but feel tender affection for her. Even Xiao Xian, who rarely commented on others, could not help but click his tongue. This girl's cultivation talent is even stronger than yours. Moreover, with her special constitution, if she is properly nurtured, her future achievements will be immeasurable. Ah, don't worry, I have a doctor. As soon as Xiao Xian finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud. However, the words that were about to come out of his mouth instantly stopped when a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Even the expression on his face instantly dimmed. Seeing this, the emotions on by Hua and Lianer's faces immediately became much more restrained. Seeing this, Xiao Xian could not help but frown slightly. Then he turned his gaze and said, "Seeing that you have stayed in the Sky Pavilion for a day, I think that you have probably mastered the fury of the fire god?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yan, who was immersed in his memories, suddenly returned to his senses. His eyes flashed as he looked at Bai Hua and Lian. A smile appeared on his face as he nodded and said, "Yes, I also found a pill formula. As long as the pill is refined, it will be able to help you break through to the Source Ancestor realm." "Haha, I don't think that's necessary. I have already consumed the barrier-breaking pill, and it will no longer have any effect. You should refine it for them in the future. The most important thing in this half a year is to increase your own cultivation. Only when you are strong enough can you truly establish your position in the clan gathering. As for me, I believe that I will eventually break through." Hearing this, Xiao Xian smiled with some regret, as if he already knew the pill formula that Xiao Yan had mentioned. However, after hearing this, the latter slowly shook his head. Then he took out the pill formula that he had obtained from the indifferent old man from his storage ring and said with a smile, "Rest assured, Ancestor Xiao Yan. What I want to refine is not the barrier-breaking pill, but the zone transformation pill. As long as the pill is refined, I have full confidence that it will be able to help you break through." Xiao Xian immediately raised his eyebrows. He had seen the zone transformation pill in some ancient books. A few years ago, the upper echelons of the Xiao clan wanted to use this pill to help them break through. However, they gave up in the end because the barrier-breaking pill was ineffective. Now that it was mentioned again, even with Xiao Xian's mentality, he could not help but secretly rejoice. After all, it was related to cultivation. It would be a lie if he said that he was not moved. Even Xiao Xian could not hide this. "The problem of the pill formula has been solved, but I'm afraid that I still have to work on the medicinal ingredients." Xiao Yan turned his head around and could not help but frown once again. Earlier, he had roughly glanced at the medicinal ingredients required by the pill formula. There were quite a number of them that were difficult to find on the market. A portion of them were existences that had a price but no market. It was likely not easy to find these. "Haha, don't forget that we are not alone now. The medicinal ingredients in the clan are much more abundant than any force in the outside world. Just tell me what medicinal ingredients you need." Xiao Xian smiled and comforted Xiao Yan when he saw that he was in a difficult position. "But, those guys," Xiao Xian frowned again as soon as he turned his head. He recalled Xiao Jinghong and his grandson that he had met at noon. Based on today's situation, the older generation of the Xiao clan would not easily let him go. "You have underestimated my status as an elder. Even if some people are against us, they will not be too presumptuous with the clan rules. So you can rest assured." Xiao Xian smiled faintly when he heard this. He was not too worried. He gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Let's go. Since the fire god's fury has been completed, there is no need to be too anxious about other matters. Rest well tonight. I will handle the medicinal ingredients tomorrow. I believe that there will be a result soon." In addition, although the two of you are not weak in cultivation, your actual combat experience is lacking. During this period of time, apart from daily cultivation, I will also be responsible for improving your actual combat skills. I am looking forward to your growth in the next half a year. Xiao Xian stroked his sleeves and turned around. A breeze flowed under his feet, and his body trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 steps away. His indifferent voice also entered the ears of Xiao Yan and the other two. "Now let me see the results of the past half a month." The three of them faced each other. Soon after, Bai Hua and Lian Er laughed out loud as they shot out one after another. They transformed into two rays of light that chased after Xiao Xian in front of them. Only Xiao Yan remained in the same spot for a moment before shaking his head. Only then did he slowly walk forward. Chapter 1407. The next day. The sun was high in the sky and close to noon. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on his bed with his eyes closed. Threads of Genesis Qi gathered in the air around him and entered his body as he breathed. At the same time, his body involuntarily emitted a faint oppressive aura. It was like a giant beast that had been entrenched, causing others to not dare to easily touch it. He had been sitting cross-legged here since early morning and had been training for several hours. All the exhaustion from yesterday had been swept away. He could begin refining the zone transformation pill once Xiao Xian returned. With the pill formula for the zone transformation pill, Xiao Xian was naturally very concerned about it. He had gone to the clan's storage pavilion early in the morning. With the Xiao clan's enormous resources, he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. I'm back. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. A smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth as his seated figure appeared in the hall of the pavilion. At the same time, a familiar human figure slowly walked in from the entrance of the courtyard. It was Xiao Xian. Bai Hua and Xiao Xian also stood up when they saw Xiao Xian return and quickly followed. Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Xiao Xian's pale face. Soon after, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "How is it?" "It's basically complete." Xiao Xian forced a smile and handed a storage ring to Xiao Yan. However, the latter couldn't help but frown when he heard this. It was obvious that they were still lacking some medicinal ingredients. How can it be? Even with the Xiao clan's collection, they still can't gather all the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the zone transformation pill? That's not it. I just didn't expect to meet Xiao Gan in the storage pavilion today. He was one step ahead of me and took the sumaru grass. Although I said a few more words, I still couldn't get it back. Xiao Xian helplessly shook his head. He also didn't expect that the most crucial ingredient in refining the zone transformation pill would be snatched away by Xiao Gan. Now, it seemed that they had to find another way. Although the Xiao clan was huge and the others might have sumaru grass, with the 3 elders present, it was unlikely that they would be able to find it in the clan. They most likely had to look outside. Have they started? Xiao Yan's hands slowly clenched under his sleeves as he said in a low voice. The expressions of Bai Hua's group by the side changed when these words were uttered. They involuntarily frowned as they looked at Xiao Xian. If Xiao Yan had not mentioned it, it was likely that they would not have noticed Xiao Xian's somewhat pale face. Xiao Gan said that he would give me the sumaru grass in 3 moves, so I gave it a try. When the latter heard this, he was stunned at first, but he knew that he couldn't hide it from the former, so he smiled brightly. Xiao Gan, Xiao Xian, I will remember this. In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura suddenly changed. The area where the few of them were located suddenly trembled. An invisible hurricane suddenly agglomerated above Xiao Yan's head. Only when Xiao Xian gently patted his shoulder did Xiao Yan's emotions slowly calm down. These are all small matters. Most importantly, where can we find the sumaru grass? Xiao Yan suddenly recovered when he heard this. The sumaru grass was the foundation of refining the zone transformation pill. It had an extraordinary status among the rank 7 medicinal pills. There were even many rank 8 medicinal pills that used the sumaru grass as a supplement. Hence, it was not difficult to imagine its value. It was likely difficult to find it in an ordinary medicinal shop. Why don't we try an auction? The Xiao clan is in charge of quite a number of auction houses. The nearest auction house is in Shuyang City, one of the 3 sun cities. If we are lucky, we might be able to find it there. Xiao Xian slowly said after pondering for a moment. All right. Instead of doing nothing, why don't we give it a try? We can treat it as going out to relax. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before gently nodding. His eyes glanced at Bai Hua and Lian Er by the side. He involuntarily smiled when he saw the excitement that surfaced on Lian Er's pretty face. This girl's mind might not have matured, but her character was extremely wild. However, if he thought about it now, she had been in a nervous state ever since she had entered the Xiao clan. It was time for her to relax after training for half a month. Aha, this girl is already impatient. Let's go. Now. Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Xiao Xian's words. The former smiled at Lian Er and said, There's no time to lose. Let's go. Yay. The little girl cheered and immediately turned around to rush back to the pavilion, leaving Xiao Yan and Bai Hua to look at each other and helplessly shrug their shoulders. Xiao Xian turned around and sat in front of the table. He poured a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. That's right, there is something that I think you might be interested in. Xiao Xian suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Xiao Yan. The latter turned his suspicious gaze over. I heard some rumors a few days ago. One of the 4 great factions at the border of the Middle Region, the Dui sect, held a grand wedding and invited many factions to participate. Buzz. Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned gloomy before Xiao Xian's voice sounded. A thick killing intent that could not be suppressed suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Xian's eyes flashed as he stood in front of the stone table. He raised 2 fingers and a hurricane gathered above Xiao Yan's head. It turned into a sharp sword aura and forcefully suppressed the thick killing intent on Xiao Yan's body. The wedding was rather grand and the entire process went very smoothly. However, according to the news later, the experts of the various factions who went that day all mysteriously disappeared on the second day of the wedding. It is very likely that the Dui sect was behind it. Now, the Dui sect has been targeted by many factions. They can be said to be the target of public criticism. Silence. As Xiao Xian's voice sounded, the atmosphere in the courtyard was strangely silent. It was so heavy that even the air seemed to have frozen. Until a long while later, I will definitely personally take back the debt that the Dui sect owes. The killing intent in Xiao Yan's eyes was gradually hidden. In the end, Xiao Yan actually used the calmest tone to utter these words. Bai Hua by the side knit her brows tightly. She held her breath and focused. For those who were familiar with Xiao Yan at this moment was the most frightening. The most terrifying slaughter was the calmness that appeared after the extreme rage. At this moment, Lianer, who was in the pavilion, suddenly trotted forward quickly. The sadness in her young eyes slowly faded away. She smiled cutely at them and urged, "Let's hurry up. When are we leaving?" The three men could not help but laugh at the same time when they saw the little girl's beautiful new clothes. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and immediately smiled at Lianer. Let's go now. Hee, don't just laugh. This time you have to follow us obediently. Don't run around. Bai Hua reminded her, but the little girl continued to argue. The three of them walked out of the courtyard and headed out of the Xiao clan. Chapter 1408. Shuyang City, Tianyang City, and Liang City were collectively known as the three sun cities under the Xiao clan. Among them, Liang City was the most prosperous. The reason for this was that the number one clan under the Xiao clan, the Zhao clan, was in charge of it, followed by Shuyang City. Shuyang City had an auction house set up for the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was also the main source of Shuyang City's economy. Across the entire continent, the establishment of an auction house would attract the attention of tens of thousands of clans. This was because in this place, as long as one possessed sufficient resources, one could bid for anything without any reservations and would not attract any trouble. Of course, this was merely common knowledge under normal circumstances. After all, in front of absolute strength, any obstruction would lose its effectiveness. Shuyang City was located to the east of Xiao City and was thousands of miles away. Fortunately, due to the teleportation formation, Xiao Yan's group did not spend too much time and arrived at this place on the same day. After the golden light disappeared, a couple of human figures appeared within the enormous light array. Xiao Yan's group was within it. The eyelids of Xiao Yan's group twitched gently when they sensed the light that covered their bodies disappear. Immediately they slowly opened their eyes. Their eyes revealed a curious expression as they observed their surroundings. Within a short couple of breaths, the few of them were surprised to discover that they were not in the city. Instead, they were on an open-air stone platform outside of Shuyang City. This teleportation formation is actually built outside of the city? Xiao Yan, who had experienced many teleportation formations, knew that all of them were located in the central area of the city. It could be said to be the most important economic hub of a city. However, today, a teleportation formation was actually built outside of Shuyang City. This was really surprising. Let's go. Let's enter the city first. Xiao Yan only realized that there were only the three of them left on the teleportation formation when he sensed the numerous strange gazes that were shot over from a short distance away. Only then did he recover his senses and hurriedly led the other two beside him to follow the crowd and hurry over. Along the way, the three of them swept their gazes over the outline of the huge city not far away. All of them involuntarily raised their eyebrows. This city in front of them seemed to have brought them more than one surprise. Different from the cities he had seen in the past, the city gate of Shuyang City in front of him was actually built at the corner of the city wall. The high wall was like a giant beast that could devour people. The black boulders that extended from the wall were deliberately arranged to form the words Shuyang City. Just from this alone, one could see that this city was really unique. The three of them followed the pedestrians and walked out of the somewhat dark city gate tunnel. Immediately, glaring sunlight scattered down from the sky. A bustling noise poured into Xiao Yan's ears from all directions like a demonic sound, causing Xiao Yan to frown slightly. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and slowly lifted his head. Looking at the huge inner city and the crowded streets in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but frown and exclaim in admiration. After all, it was one of the top 3 cities under the Xiao clan. The scale of this Shuyang city was not inferior to the Donghua city of the southern region that he had seen previously. Could even be said that it was even larger. Where should we go next? Bai Hua's gaze swept all around. Her eyes paused for a moment on the strange towering shadow at the end of the street as she softly asked. Xiao Yan muttered to himself for a moment. His gaze also paused on the shadow. Soon after, he said, let's first go to a few of the larger medicinal ingredient stores in the city to take a look. Since there is an auction here, there should be quite a number of rare medicinal ingredients circulating. If we are lucky, we might be able to find the summer grass there. Bai Hua nodded slightly. Lianer, who was by her side, could not help but glance around. Her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. At the same time, her pure and tender face also attracted the attention of quite a number of people in the surroundings. Numerous drooling gazes involuntarily landed on the delicate figure of the young lady. Buzz. With regards to this, Xiao Yan merely had a thought in his mind. An invisible pressure immediately spread out from his body. The powerful aura immediately caused the surrounding crowd to recover their senses. After which, they hurriedly spread out. The area around the three of them became much more spacious. Let's go. With Xiao Yan in front, Bai Hua pulled the curious Lianer with one hand. The three of them slowly walked forward. The passers-by in front of them, who had witnessed Xiao Yan's terror, also hurriedly made way. The group of them freely shuttled through the crowd and headed towards the strange shadow at the end of their sight. The three of them slowly shuttled through the enormous Jianghu city. Their gazes occasionally swept across the shops on both sides of the street. Along the way they scanned and probed. However, Xiao Yan did not see any medicinal store that could catch his attention. However, the increasingly congested human traffic around them allowed them to feel the liveliness of Jianghu city. Although they did not obtain any results along the way, Xiao Yan did not feel anxious because of this. The meru grass was an extremely precious medicinal ingredient. Even the Xiao clan's collection did not have many of them. It was somewhat wishful thinking to think that it would be so easy to find one in Jianghu city. Along the way, the vision in front of Xiao Yan's group gradually became clearer. Only then did they clearly see that the strange shadow at the end of their sight was a huge stone tower under the sunlight. From the looks of it, it was actually exactly the same as the strange stone tower that Xiao Yan had seen in the Xiao clan. Based on Xiao Yan's estimation, the location of this stone tower should be the center of Jianghu city. At the same time, there was a towering wall surrounding the stone tower. From the looks of it, there was no doubt that this was the only auction house in the city. A moment later, the footsteps of the three of them finally came to a stop in front of an extremely large pavilion. With astonishment in his eyes, Xiao Yan could not help but slightly open his mouth as he stared at the pavilion in front of him. Soon after he sneered. He did not expect to see a branch of the Xiao clan in the middle region. Yunin Pavilion. This fellow, I thought that his branch was only at the border of the continent. I did not expect that he would also be involved in the middle region. With a grin, Xiao Yan could not help but praise Luo Jin's methods. That fellow would always do things that ordinary people would not be able to do. Extending his clan's influence under the feet of the three great clans was something that even the three great clans would not dare to do. After all, if they were discovered by the Xiao clan, it was likely that they would be wiped out. Standing in front of the Yunin Pavilion, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. After which, he directly led the Bai Hua duo into the pavilion. Compared to other people, he felt an exceptionally warm feeling when he entered this place. At the very least, he believed that the Yunin Pavilion would not be his enemy. After entering the Yunin Pavilion, the noise from the outside world immediately weakened significantly. A rich medicinal fragrance that was mixed with countless kinds of medicinal ingredients pounced on their faces. The medicinal fragrance was so strong that it caused the three of them to involuntarily sneeze. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose. When he turned his gaze around, a human figure swiftly came forward from the side and a laughter followed. Dear guests, may I know what you require? We have qi methods, dou techniques, medicinal pills, medicinal ingredients and even formation plates here. I believe that we should be able to satisfy your needs. After these words sounded, an old man wearing golden robes appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He had a warm smile on his face as he looked at the former, who was currently sizing him up. Previously, when Xiao Yan's group entered the pavilion, the old man had already noticed them. When he used his spiritual strength to observe them, he was even more surprised to discover that even with his rank 5 spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the depths of this young man. Immediately, there was an additional respect in his eyes when he faced Xiao Yan. A rank 5 formation master ha. It is indeed worthy of being the work of the Yunin Pavilion. Seeing the old man's attire, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly say. Immediately, he did not speak any nonsense and smiled at the old man. With a twist of his wrist, he took out a white jade fan from his storage ring and handed it to the old man. The latter smiled as he received the white jade fan. His gaze swept over it and the expression on his old face suddenly changed. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of air as he hurriedly and carefully observed the jade fan in his hand. Only after a couple of breaths did he carefully return it to Xiao Yan's hand. He cupped his hands together in a respectful manner and said, "So it is Mr. Xiao Yan. May I know what you need the old man to do?" Hearing the old man actually call out his name, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised. After which, he cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "Elder is too polite. I am here to find a medicinal ingredient called the sumaru grass. May I know if you have it?" Sumaru grass. When Xiao Yan said these words, the old man's expression immediately paused. He hesitated for a moment but still nodded heavily and said, "Yes." Chapter 1409. Inside the Yunin Pavilion, upon hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan's face could not help but reveal a joyful expression. He did not expect that the trip to Shuyang City would yield results so quickly. In this way, the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Zong transformation pill were all gathered. But, at this moment, the old man in front of him spoke with a slightly hesitant tone. The emotions in Xiao Yan's heart could not help but suddenly tighten. "We do have the medicinal ingredients, but we will need Mr. Xiao Yan to lead us for a while. There are some troublesome matters in between, but this old man guarantees that we will definitely hand over the sumaru grass with both hands." Seeing the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face, the old man hurriedly comforted him. Only then did the former heave a sigh of relief. He nodded his head towards the old man and thanked him. Soon after, under the old man's lead, they entered a separate hall in the Yunin Pavilion. The old man immediately left. Looking at his appearance just now, it seems that he has some difficulties. After the old man left, Bai Hua finally spoke about what she had observed just now. "It seems that there is some trouble. Let's wait first. If there is really no other way, we will find another place. After all, we cannot bring trouble to the Yunin Pavilion." Hearing Bai Hua's words, Xiao Yan also slowly nodded his head. Previously, when the old man first heard about the sumaru grass, the expression on his face had already changed. However, in the end he still hardened his heart. Evidently, it was because of his relationship with Luo Jin. Otherwise he would not have been so decisive. Just as Xiao Yan and Bai Hua were conversing, outside the separate hall, a commotion suddenly sounded out. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that someone was rushing towards them. Furthermore, there was no need to doubt that the person's mood at this moment was not good. Well done, Hidden Cloud Pavilion. You actually did not hesitate to offend me for a so-called distinguished guest. Today I want to take a good look at who exactly dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Xiao Yan frowned with a strange expression when he heard these words. The next moment he heard a bang sound. The tightly shut door was forcefully shattered by an external force. Soon after, a domineering human figure strode into the other hall. His face was filled with fury as he looked at the three people present. A young man led the group behind him. The old man from earlier and the rest of the surrounding crowd followed closely behind him. Numerous gazes looked at the interior of the other hall through the gaps. However, when the young man who had broken the door and entered saw the three people in front of him, his face, which was filled with fury, instantly turned green. The furious words that were about to be spat out from his mouth were abruptly stopped. Even the other young man, who was following closely behind, suddenly focused his eyes the moment he stepped into the other hall. His face was filled with disbelief as he eyed Xiao Yan's three-man group seated in front of him. In the other hall, Xiao Yan's expression was strange as he looked at the two young men in front of him. He could not help but feel a burst of laughter in his heart. The young man with an ashen face in front of him was the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Mingjie, whom he had met in Tianyang City. The young man standing at the door with a surprised expression was Xiao Tian, who had been beaten back with a single punch 2 days ago. Both of them had suffered at the hands of Xiao Yan. Today they had appeared in front of Xiao Yan at the same time. Moreover, it was in such a comical situation. This kind of thing was really hard to imagine. "He is the distinguished guest that you mentioned?" A long while later, Xiao Tian finally asked the old man by the side with an ugly expression. The latter had also sensed the current situation in the arena. At this moment, he appeared to be at a loss as to what to do after being questioned. All he could do was to quietly nod his head. He immediately looked at Xiao Yan in the arena and softly said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, how do you know these two?" "Not only do I know them, but I have also fought with them." "Isn't that right, young Master Zhao?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His gaze paused on the ashen face of Zhao Mingjie. Soon after he looked at Xiao Tian. The two of them had ugly expressions and were silent for a while. At the same time, the anger in their hearts towards Xiao Yan deepened. Fought with him? Mr. Xiao Yan, young master Xiao Tian is from the Xiao clan. Just when the old man was surprised by Xiao Yan's fight with Xiao Tian, he instantly understood something in his heart. He slowly raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief. When he saw the latter smile and nod his head, he finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yan would appear here. No wonder he could be so calm when facing Xiao Tian and Zhao Mingjie. It turned out that Xiao Yan was also from the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan, don't be too proud. Don't forget that this is Shuyang City. No one can protect you anymore. After a long silence, Zhao Mingjie finally shouted angrily again. In response, Xiao Yan sneered and said, "Protect me? Young Master Zhao, do you think that with your strength I need someone to protect me? You? As long as you wait a moment, you will definitely pay the price for what you have said now." Zhao Mingjie roared hoarsely. He even seemed a little crazy. Xiao Yan still sneered. He slowly stood up and said, "Is that so? But at least you can't do it now." The moment his voice fell, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of Zhao Mingjie. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. Bang! In the next second, another figure blocked in front of Zhao Mingjie and also punched out, facing Xiao Yan head-on. When the figure was seen clearly, it was Xiao Tian. "Xiao Yan, don't go too far." Xiao Tian's face darkened. He knew that Xiao Yan was powerful, but after all, Zhao Mingjie did not attack him today. Xiao Yan's strength was a little too much. "I'm going too far? Why don't you say that you forced me to do this?" Xiao Yan was completely fearless in the face of Xiao Tian. Instead, he let out a mocking laugh. These fellows had repeatedly obstructed him after he had entered the Xiao clan, but he had already endured all of them. He could even endure being stopped by Xiao Jinghong when he entered the Inner Sky Pavilion. However, Xiao Xian had been injured by Xiao Gan today. This was something that he could not endure. If he were to meet this person in front of him at this moment, he would naturally not hold back. As this thought flashed through his mind, a fierce look flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He immediately roared in his heart. At the place where the two fists collided, a terrifying force erupted like a torrential flood. In an instant, Xiao Tian's face changed abruptly. However, before he could react, he was blasted back by Xiao Yan's punch. Even Zhao Mingjie, who was behind him, was sent flying. After knocking down 2 people with 1 punch, Xiao Yan stopped and said coldly, "Where are the herbs?" "Here." At the side, the old man hurriedly stepped forward and placed a tray in front of Xiao Yan. On the tray there was a translucent ice crystal jade box. Inside it was a medicinal herb. It was the sumaru grass that Xiao Yan was looking for. "How many spirit stones do you need? Or pills are fine too." Seeing the old man step forward, Xiao Yan immediately returned to his previous calm state and said softly. The old man hurriedly shook his head and smiled apologetically. "Mr. Xiao Yan is too polite. The pavilion master has already instructed that if Mr. Xiao Yan comes, no matter what you need, the Union Pavilion will provide it unconditionally. Mister, please feel free to take it." Hearing these words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking for a moment, he no longer held back and nodded towards the old man in gratitude. He took the jade box and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he look at the 2 people who had crawled up from the ground. His face was cold and his tone was cold. "I advise you, if you have any resentment, feel free to come at me. If you dare to touch the Union Pavilion, I, Xiao Yan, will repay it 100 times over." After saying that, he led Bai Hua and Zhao Mingjie out of the Union Pavilion under the astonished gazes of the crowd outside. Chapter 14:10. As they walked out of the Union Pavilion, the glaring sunlight immediately shone on their faces, washing away the gloominess and unhappiness on their faces. The noise on the street rang out once again, causing Xiao Yan's state of mind to gradually calm down. Compared to meeting those two, he was more inclined towards the noisy outside world. "Are we going back home?" Bai Hua's gaze swept around as she softly said. Since they had obtained the sumaru grass, their goal had been achieved. Naturally, there was no need to continue staying here. In addition, although Bai Hua was not afraid of Zhao Mingjie's furious words, she was still somewhat worried. After all, as they knew, behind Zhao Mingjie stood a Source Venerate level father. Once they met him, things would not end so easily. Hearing this, Xiao Yan muttered to himself for a moment. He also had some considerations in his heart. His gaze then turned towards Lianer, who was curiously looking around. He paused for a moment, then smiled in relief and said, "Forget it. Since we are here, we should naturally take a look around. Since we have obtained the sumaru grass, there is no need to be so anxious. Today we will accompany this girl and have some fun. Moreover, the auction house is worth taking a look. Perhaps we will be able to obtain some unexpected gains. Then the Zhao family, counter-soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Don't forget, regardless of whether it is the Zhao family or Shuyang City, they are all under the rule of the Shao clan. Understanding Bai Hua's worries, Xiao Yin turned his head and gave her a comfortable smile. The expression on his face gradually relaxed. His gaze landed on Lianer, looking at her still young and tender face. Xiao Yin could not help but reveal a doting expression on his face. He gently rubbed Lianer's delicate little head with one hand, allowing her to pout and mutter with a depressed expression. Then he raised his chin towards the towering black stone tower in front of them and said indifferently, "Let's go." After saying this, he took the lead and led the way. Lianer naturally followed closely behind. Bai Hua turned her head to look at the Union Pavilion behind her and frowned slightly before following them. Without any hindrance, the two of them naturally allowed the little girl to run as she pleased for the rest of the journey. She was like a little pony that was galloping in all directions. The smile on her pretty face was even more enchanting. Xiao Yin felt an inexplicable envy in his heart as he watched the little girl's lively and happy manner. Although they were able to clearly see the appearance of the enormous black tower from a distance, there was still some distance before the three of them could reach it from their current position. Although the three of them were moving at a steady pace, Xiao Yin appeared to have underestimated Lianer's character. Once a woman's nature was released, the shops along the street seemed to become 2 rows of delicious cakes in her eyes. Under Lianer's crazy rampage, almost all the shops along the street had been broken into by her and plundered along the way. Even with Xiao Yan's financial resources, he could not help but feel a burst of pain. Looking at the storage ring handed over by the shop owner with a face full of smiles, as well as the spirit stones he had crazily poured out, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but become a little absent-minded. On the other hand, Bai Hua, who was beside him, could not help but look at him with a face full of ridicule. Sigh. With a bitter smile and a sigh, Xiao Yin could not help but look at Bai Hua for help. Only then did the latter smile in her heart and pulled Lianer, who was about to rush out of the door, behind her obediently. Only then did Xiao Yin not dare to delay any longer and quickly rushed towards the auction house in the center of the city. If he continued to allow this girl to continue like this, he was afraid that he would have to spend all his money here. The horses hurried without stopping for a while. A moment later, an auction house that surrounded the enormous black tower appeared in front of the three of them. The huge auction house was in the shape of a ring with the stone pillar in the middle. Towering pitch-black walls stood tall like an iron bastion, giving people a kind of inexplicable pressure. At this moment, many people were gathered outside the auction house in queues, waiting to enter the auction house in order. Looks like we have to wait for a while. Xiao Yin involuntarily smacked his lips as he eyed the somewhat crowded human flow in front of him. His brows were knit together slightly. Based on the current queue outside the auction ground, it was likely that they would have to wait for another 2 hours before they could enter. With regards to this, Bai Hua naturally had an indifferent attitude. Her gaze was calm as she looked at the lively scene in front of her. With one hand, she tightly held onto Lianer, who was looking around with the intention of leaving, and quietly waited. "This is Mr. Xiao Yin?" However, just as Xiao Yin was frowning, a somewhat suspicious voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Immediately, the three of them looked towards the source of the voice. In the crowd, a group of people led by a middle-aged man also turned towards them. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan's gaze immediately locked onto a middle-aged man in the group of people in front of him. Seeing the latter, Xiao Yan's mind only pondered for a moment before he immediately recognized the middle-aged man in front of him. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man in front of him was the head of the Yin clan, a Nan who had once stopped him in Tianyang City. So it is the head of the Yin clan. It has been a few days since we last met. How have you been? After recovering from his shock, Xiao Yin immediately cupped his hands politely towards a Nan. Although he did not have a good impression of this person, he did not completely disregard him. Moreover, a Nan had been courteous to him first, so he naturally had to return the favor. Ah, Mr. Xiao Yin is too polite. A month ago, a Nan was blind and did not recognize Mr.'s identity. Recently there has been some news about Mr. in the clan. Only then did I know that Mr. is also a member of the Xiao clan. In the face of Xiao Yan's attitude, a Nan did not dare to slight him. According to his knowledge, this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him had caused quite a commotion when he first entered the Xiao clan. After that, he was favored by the higher-ups of the Xiao clan. Now, he actually appeared in front of him again. This was an opportunity for the Yin clan. Seeing that their head of the clan actually displayed such a respectful attitude towards an unfamiliar young man, the few clan members behind Nan could not help but cast a surprised gaze at Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe. They could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. Who exactly was this young man that could make Nan so respectful? Nan, it is too early for you to say this. Before everything is settled, he is not a true member of the Xiao clan. At most, he is just an outsider with the same surname. Just as Xiao Yan and Nan were chatting happily, a cold laughter that was filled with disdain suddenly sounded from the crowd at the side. As the voice sounded, the surrounding crowd quickly moved aside. Soon after, Xiao Yan once again saw the Xiao Tian duo, who he had forced back not long ago. However, the difference from before was that there was an additional middle-aged figure in a light yellow robe in front of the two of them. The laughter just now was emitted from his mouth. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man who was stepping forward step by step. Surprise flashed across his eyes. With his current spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the middle-aged man's strength. In this way, there was no need to guess the identity of this person. This middle-aged man must be the head of the Zhao clan in Liang City, Zhao Jin. Chapter 14:11. Following the appearance of the middle-aged man and Xiao Tian behind him, the noise in the area where the crowd was located immediately became much softer. Some of the stronger people had unnatural expressions. At this moment, Annan, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan, was slightly startled when he saw the middle-aged man. He could not help but become a little gloomy as he said in a serious voice, "Zhao Jin, you have indeed come." Although Annan had already expected Zhao Jin's appearance, he did not expect to meet him here. Even your clan has received the news. How can I, Zhao Jin, not know? There are not many times that an E-class Do technique is auctioned in Shuyang City. In the past, my Zhao clan had obtained it 3 times. I wonder how confident clan head is this time? Zhao Jin coldly smiled. His words did not leave any face. Annan's expression involuntarily became a little ugly after these words were spoken. Even his face could not help but tremble slightly. Xiao Yan, who was by the side, also frowned slightly. The way this father and son of the Zhao clan acted was exactly the same. It was no wonder that they were disliked. At the same time, he also noticed the matter of the E-class Do technique in his heart. The Xiao clan had strict control over high-class Qi methods and Do techniques. These things would not easily be leaked out. It was unexpected that an E-class Do technique would be auctioned in this city. This caused Xiao Yan to be a little surprised. There is no need for clan head Zhao to worry. The outcome of the auction will naturally be revealed when the time comes. Annan clenched his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. Humph, all right. However, clan head better not disappoint me when the time comes. Otherwise it will be very boring. Zhao Jin coldly smiled with disdain. He had long since stopped caring about the clan. With his origin venerate cultivation, the current Zhao clan could be said to be changing rapidly. His Zhao clan was the strongest among the subordinates of the Xiao clan. Although the clan controlled Tianyang City alone, they were merely struggling at death's door. As for you, Xiao Yan, I didn't want to pursue the matter of you injuring my son a month ago because you're a junior. However, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and mischievous, committing the same crime again and again. A mere outsider dares to rebel against your superiors. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Mingjie and the other members of the Zhao family behind him immediately revealed expressions of disdain. Gazes filled with ridicule and disdain were also cast over. Resentment surged in Zhao Mingjie's eyes. On the other hand, Xiao Tian frowned slightly after hearing these words. He glanced at Zhao Jin and a glint flashed across his eyes. A chill rose in his heart. In recent years, as the Zhao clan grew stronger with the support of Xiao Jinghong and the others, the morale of the members of the Zhao clan also soared. Some ordinary members of the Xiao clan even looked down on them. Although the higher-ups of the Xiao clan were aware of this, they usually turned a blind eye to it. However, Zhao Jin's words had touched a taboo in Xiao Tian's heart. Firstly, Zhao Mingjie was injured because his skills were inferior and he is a piece of trash. Secondly, in the entire Xiao clan, the Zhao clan doesn't even have the qualifications to appear on the stage. How can you rebel against your superiors? Thirdly, it's not up to you to decide whether I am an outsider or not in the Xiao clan. Clan head Zhao thinks too highly of himself. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His mocking words didn't contain the slightest trace of politeness. As a result, Zhao Jin couldn't help but pull a long face when he heard these words. Xiao Tian, who was behind him, curled his lips and smiled faintly. Sharp-tongued brat. Zhao Jin's expression was dark and solemn as he cursed in a low voice. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure abruptly spread from his body. The powerful pressure immediately caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. Even the expression on Xiao Yan's face had become grave. The Genesis chi in his body was swiftly maneuvered. While resisting the pressure, he was also preparing to face Zhao Jin's next move. Xiao Yan, I originally did not intend to pursue the matter of you injuring my son a month ago on account of you being a junior. However, I never expected you to be so stubborn and mischievous. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson on behalf of your ancestor. Zhao Jin's eyes were dense as he stared at Xiao Yan. A ferocious smile surfaced on his face. Being the clan head of the Zhao clan, he was naturally aware that Shuyang City was a territory that the Xiao clan was in charge of. Even if the members of the Xiao clan did not have a good impression of Xiao Yan, they would definitely not allow him to attack. However, it was not difficult to teach Xiao Yan a lesson before the experts from the Xiao clan arrived. As for the outcome, it was likely that the Xiao clan would not be overly entangled as long as Xiao Yan did not die. A cold glint surged within Zhao Jin's eyes as he let out a cold laugh. His body suddenly flashed forward and rushed toward Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, a frightening wind that contained a powerful pressure swept forward with him. Xiao Yan's expression changed rapidly. Genesis chi gushed out from his body without reservation, and the heavy Shen ruler reflexively appeared in his hand as he prepared to meet Zhao Jin's attack. Buzz. Immediately after, another powerful wave of energy soared into the sky. The powerful pressure formed an invisible barrier in front of Xiao Yan and the others. Anan, who had been enduring silently, finally took a heavy step forward. He looked up at Zhao Jin with a grave expression, gritted his teeth and threw out a palm strike. Boom! A muffled collision suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of many people in the surrounding area. Astonished gazes quickly converged on the scene. Zhao Jin stood still while Anan took a few steps back with a heavy expression. A muffled groan escaped his throat before he looked back at the other side. You dare to stop me? Zhao Jin glared at Anan with a dark expression and said in a chilling voice. I just want to advise Patriarch Zhao to respect himself. You and I are both subordinates of the Xiao clan. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the higher-ups for attacking a member of the Xiao clan in public? He's just a trifling outsider. With my status, even if I killed him, so what? Get the hell out of my way. With a furious roar, Zhao Jin waved his sleeve and shot out a powerful stream of energy towards Anan. The latter's expression changed rapidly. As he retreated, Genesis chi gushed out from his body. Just as he was about to attack, everyone suddenly heard the ear-piercing cry of a sword. Then the stream of energy was cut in half by a scarlet-red sword. At the same time, a disdainful and mocking laughter rang out. Patriarch Zhao is truly awe-inspiring. You're a mighty Origin Venerate, yet you've personally taken action to deal with the Origin Sect Junior. Once news of this spreads, I'm afraid that not only will you be branded as someone who bullies the weak, but you'll also be accused of overstepping your authority. A middle-aged man wearing a crimson long robe slowly appeared in front of everyone's sight after the laughter sounded. His body blocked the front of Xiao Yan's group. He curled his mouth and his face carried ridicule as he looked at Zhao Jin. Fan Jian, you're here? Seeing this person, Zhao Jin's expression instantly changed. He couldn't help but exclaim as he stared at the red-robed middle-aged man in front of him in surprise. On the other side, while Xiao Yan was staring at the figure in front of him in bewilderment, a fair hand gently landed on his shoulder. Buzz. Xiao Yan's heart was greatly alarmed in an instant. He subconsciously raised the giant ruler in his hand as the Genesis chi in his body immediately erupted. When he turned his head, the first thing that entered his eyes was a familiar handsome face. All the movements of his hands came to a sudden halt at this moment. Chapter 14:12. We have not seen each other for a month. Why is Brother Xiao acting like this? Xiao Yan's group was standing in front of an empty space surrounded by people in Shuyang City. At this moment, there was a handsome young man in white robes beside Xiao Yan. He was smiling as he looked at the person in front of him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the smiling handsome young man in front of him. Shui Miao. Xiao Yan involuntarily exclaimed as he stared at the person in front of him with shocked eyes. His heart was filled with surprise. It had been a month since they last met. It was unexpected that they would meet again under the rule of the Xiao clan. At the same time, Zhao Jin's expression was ugly as he stared at the red-robed middle-aged man in front of him. Even if he had thought of everything, he would never have expected that this person would help Xiao Yan's group. Fan Jian, this is a matter of my Xiao clan. You dare to intervene? Humph humph, you dare to call yourself the Shao clan? What a joke. You, Zhao Jin was about to be furious. However, his eyes quickly flashed as he saw the white-clothed young man standing beside Xiao Yan. His heart trembled slightly as he quietly muttered. The heir of the Ouyang clan? Why is he here? Moreover, he is standing together with this little bastard Xiao Yan. Zhao Jin's eyes rotated as he looked at the two people who were chatting with each other. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. Shuyang City is under the rule of the Shao clan. Why are you here? Xiao Yan only recovered after they chatted and laughed. Under normal circumstances, the three clans would not interact with each other in order to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Ouyang Miao had appeared in the territory of the Shao clan today. This was really difficult to fathom. Haha, we are naturally here for you. Ouyang Miao looked at Xiao Yan with some meaning as he softly laughed. For me? Xiao Yan was momentarily at a loss. He could not help but feel somewhat stunned. Before he could recover, the latter continued. We should have headed all the way to Shao City to meet you. However, along the way we heard that there was news of an E-class Do skill being auctioned in Shuyang City. Therefore we came to take a look out of curiosity. It is unexpected that you are also here. This has saved us a lot of trouble. The we you're talking about are... Hearing the strangeness in his words, Xiao Yan's gaze immediately turned to the red-robed middle-aged man in the field. Only then did he realize that this mysterious expert was actually on the same side as Ouyang Miao. No wonder he would take action. Senior, haha, we'll talk about other things later. Let's solve the problem here first. Before the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, Ouyang Miao gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. He immediately turned his head to the red-robed, middle-aged man in the arena and laughed. Uncle Jian, sorry to trouble you. Haha, it's a piece of cake. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Uncle Jian turned his head and laughed heartily. He rubbed his palms together and the red sword that had flashed before everyone's eyes previously landed in his hands. His sharp gaze then landed on Zhao Jin. Fan Jian, I've only heard that you've joined the Ouyang clan. To think that it's actually true. You, who have always been proud and arrogant, would actually crawl under the feet of others. Looks like you're nothing more than this. Zhao Jin's face was cold as he looked at Fan Jian in front of him and sneered in a deep voice. Ha, cut the crap. I've heard that Patriarch Zhao's Ice Grand Dao has already reached perfection. Today let me have a good taste of it. As his final word sounded, Fan Jian immediately threw out the crimson longsword in his hand. At the same time his feet stomped on the ground. After which he directly appeared in front of Zhao Jin. His face was filled with a warm smile. Humph, since you asked for it, you can't blame anyone else. Zhao Jin's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the smiling Fan Jian in front of him. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. With a twist of his hand, an extremely cold icicle condensed in the air and gathered in his palm. It transformed into an icy blue spear that cut through the void and rushed towards Fan Jian with lightning speed. Seeing this, Fan Jian chuckled. With a clench of his hand, flames immediately condensed in his palm. The long sword that flew from behind him passed through the flames, bringing along raging flames as it collided with the long spear, receiving all of Zhao Jin's attacks. The auction is about to begin, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll hurry up and fight with you. Withdrawing his long sword, Fan Jian flicked his finger on the body of the sword. The flames on the sword immediately spread out and curled around his body. Amidst a series of roars, the flames turned into a fire dragon. With a deep roar, it pounced towards Zhao Jin. Even someone as strong as Zhao Jin had no choice but to treat Fan Jian's ferocious attack with caution. He immediately slapped his hands together, shattering the ice spear in his hand into countless pieces. Genesis Chi wrapped around the spear as it frantically spun and charged towards the oncoming fire dragon. Bang 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 bang, the surrounding crowd scattered in all directions, revealing a large area. The clash between the two grew increasingly intense, causing the surrounding energy to churn violently as if it was about to boil. Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd from time to time. Several people had already gathered their Genesis Chi to block the terrifying energy ripples from the clash between the two. Xiao Yan watched the scene that occurred in the midair. His heart was somewhat shocked. After experiencing the battle at the Heavenly Cloud Villa and seeing this scene today, the emotion in his heart involuntarily became anxious. Both of his hands under his sleeves involuntarily tightened. As his horizons continued to expand, coupled with everything that had happened since he had entered the Shao clan, Lin Dong's heart had also become increasingly clear that with his current strength, he would need to use all of his strength to deal with the Origin Zone level expert. It would be even more difficult to make the foolish Shao clan take him seriously. Hence, he needed to raise his strength as soon as possible. To Xiao Yan, raising his strength meant that he needed to obtain a new heavenly flame. The ancestor of the Pill Tower? Where can I find such a person? Xiao Yan could not help but sigh helplessly at the thought of Huozhu's words. What kind of person was the ancestor of the Pill Tower? It was no different from a fool's dream for the current him to meet the ancestor. From the looks of it, he would have to find another way out. Boom. Fan Jian and Zhao Jin's palms clashed again in the air. Fan Jian's sword was thrust forward, while an ice spear was thrust forward. The two were quickly pushed back. Ah, how delightful. Try and take my flame Luo seal. Fan Jian laughed heartily at the sky. He kept his sword and formed a seal with his hands. Raging flames swiftly gathered between his hands and were quickly sent flying. Humph, freezing sky palm. Zhao Jin showed no fear in the face of this situation. Chilling Genesis chi swiftly gathered in his palm as his foot stomped on the air. His figure flashed forward, appearing in front of the giant fire seal a split second later. His expression was solemn as he viciously threw a palm strike. As the palm blasted out, an incomparably cold air suddenly surged out. Like a flash flood, it gushed out from the palm of his hand and attacked the fire seal in an earth-shattering manner. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people below, the two powerhouses were like two shooting stars that streaked across the sky. At that moment, they collided brilliantly, and what followed was an earth-shattering sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth. A terrifying energy storm unfurled in the sky. A giant pitch-black spatial crack was formed at the spot where the two had collided. It was like a gully embedded in space, causing one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart when looking at it. The spreading of the energy storm brought about a hurricane that swept across the land. The city below could not help but become restless as cries of surprise continuously rang out. Numerous energy pillars rose, jointly resisting the energy hurricane that was descending from the sky. Haha, it seems that your great Tao of Ice is only SOSO. Come again. Shameless boasting. Today this sovereign will convince you. The hurricane scattered as Fan Jian's arrogant laughter rang out once again. Scarlet flames suddenly rose in the air. On the other side, Zhao Jin was completely unafraid. His body jerked as he charged forward once again. Enough. Do you think that you haven't caused enough trouble? It was also at this moment that an aged reprimanding voice suddenly sounded in the world. Almost at the same time, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure immediately enveloped the sky above the arena. As the voice faded, the two individuals in the sky who were about to attack again, suddenly stopped. Their originally icy gazes were first stunned, before they abruptly returned to their senses. Two pairs of eyes simultaneously looked towards the giant stone tower that towered to the side as fear surged in the depths of their eyes. Chapter 1413. In Xiang City there was a huge plaza outside the auction house. Two figures were standing tall in the air. The two people who were fighting fiercely a moment ago had stopped because of the sound of an old voice. How can it be him? Fan Jian could not help but breathe as he softly muttered with a trembling voice. His eyes could not help but flicker. Soon after, he glanced at Zhao Jin who was in the air opposite him. At this moment, the fierceness on the latter's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a submissive expression. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. Compared to before, the current him was like a completely different person. Fan Jian trembled as he exhaled. His gaze slowly swept across the messy ground below, and then looked at the square, where the atmosphere was a little tense. His gaze turned, and he did not hesitate to bow in the direction of the stone tower. He respectfully bowed, and then retracted the astonishing aura that he had released. Fan Jian withdrew his gaze and quickly locked onto Ouyang Miao, who was standing together with Xiao Yan. He gently nodded, raised his eyes and revealed a row of white teeth at Zhao Jin. With a cold smile, his body moved and in a flash he landed on the ground. After feeling the pressure above his head disappear, Fan Jian once again deeply exhaled. He calmed himself down and walked towards Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao. Zhao Jin, on the other hand, was a little unwilling as he clenched his teeth. He quickly glanced at the huge stone tower with fear in his heart. As his body descended, his cold gaze swept across Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao. Immediately he frowned, took a deep breath and stared at Xiao Yan below. At a certain moment, he strangely sneered and muttered, "This time I want to see how you will stay in the Xiao clan." Junior Xiao Yan thanks Senior for your help. Seeing Fan Jian walk forward in a majestic manner, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent as he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. It's fine. Given Zhao Jin's character, I have long wanted to meet him. Today was just an opportunity. If it weren't for that person stopping me, I would have already skinned him alive. Fan Jian gently waved his hand when he saw this. His gaze involuntarily glanced at the enormous black tower standing behind Xiao Yan. An expression of fear flashed across his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. Who exactly was inside the stone tower that could make a source venerable reveal such an expression? Mr. Xiao Yan, you have just returned to the clan and must not be familiar with many of the clan's elders. The owner of the voice from before was the clan's second elder. Appearing to have seen the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart, and Nan by the side hurriedly smiled and stepped forward. After his voice sounded, he did not dare to slight Ouyang Miao and Fan Jian as he cupped his hands together. Although Xiao Yan was able to face them indifferently, he did not dare to be careless. Forget about anything else, just Ouyang Miao's status as the heir was not something that he could easily touch. Second elder? Xiao Yan's brows twitched when he heard Nan's words. His eyes immediately looked to the enormous stone tower behind him. It was unexpected that such a person was hidden within this strange stone tower. The second elder of the Xiao clan. This status was second only to the first elder and the clan head in the clan. Even the latter had to be a little more courteous when meeting him. It was really a strange thing that such a person had appeared outside of the clan. It is said that the second elder has a somewhat strange temperament and does not like to stay in the clan. In order to cultivate, he often resides in this stone tower and has not shown himself for many years. I did not expect him to speak today. Annan slowly spoke as he looked curiously at the huge black stone tower. Fan Jian's expression could not help but turn sluggish when he heard this. He stared blankly at Annan and was speechless in his heart. This was the clan's second elder. With such a status, his location had been revealed so easily. Was he not afraid of being attacked by enemy forces? Don't worry, brat. The fact that the second elder of the Xiao clan is cultivating here is not a secret. In the entire middle region there are many people who know about this. In terms of strength there are countless people who want to kill him. However, in comparison the name Xiao Yiqian is even more terrifying. Fan Jian chuckled when he saw Xiao Yan's manner. He lifted his head and looked at the small mountain-like stone tower in front of him. His eyes involuntarily flickered with an unusual glint. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. Although the former's words were said in a simple manner, Xiao Yan also understood that when one's cultivation reached Fan Jian's level, every word he said was not baseless. Just imagine how powerful this Xiao clan's second elder was to be able to intimidate so many people with just a name. Xiao Yiqian. Is this the second elder's name? He is indeed extremely heroic. Not only heroic. According to what I know, ever since the second elder's name was established, he has experienced countless battles, both big and small, and has never been defeated in his life. The only time, at the mention of Xiao Yiqian, even with Annan's current cultivation, a hint of reverence couldn't help but surface on his face. Even Fan Jian, who was at the side, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. However, at the end of their words, the two of them fell silent. After pausing for a moment, their gazes involuntarily landed on Ouyang Miao. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's expression was startled at first, then his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. After that, he looked deeply at the huge black stone tower that stood quietly and sighed softly. If we continue to talk, the auction will probably end soon. Just as Xiao Yan was lost in thought, Ouyang Miao's words suddenly broke the strange atmosphere between the few people present. Everyone immediately came back to their senses. Only then did they notice that Zhao Jin's group had already disappeared. They must have entered the auction house. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Seeing this, Annan immediately stepped forward and chuckled. Everyone, don't be anxious. Please follow me. Compared to the former few people, Annan was naturally very familiar with this place. With him in front, everyone could save a lot of trouble. Following Annan, everyone bypassed many people along the way and walked toward a certain location in the auction house. Mr. Xiao Yan, this is the first time you have come to Shuyang City, so you don't know the rules here. I won't say anything else, but there is one thing. As long as you are a member of Xiao clan, you will get as much convenience as possible here if you take out your identity jade token. Seeing the vision in front gradually emptying out, and a stone door that no one could pass through stood at the foot of the high wall. While Xiao Yan was surprised, Annan's words immediately came into his ears. When he heard this, the jade token that Xiao Linger held in her hand the other day immediately appeared in the latter's mind, and he instantly understood in his heart. He never imagined that a small jade token would actually have such an effect. But unfortunately he didn't have it. Chapter 14:14. Xiao Yan's group successfully entered the auction house under Annan's lead. After passing through a gently lit tunnel for a few minutes, the view in front of everyone suddenly became spacious. Soon after, a gigantic auction house appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The huge auction house was shaped like a fan. From the top to the bottom, everyone was standing at the top. TSK, this auction house is actually set up underground. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He involuntarily clicked his tongue twice in amazement. His heart was surprised by the design of this auction house. Even Fan Jian and Ouyang Miao by the side were looking at this enormous auction house with great interest. Everyone looked over. The entire auction house was densely packed with countless seats. Compared to the scene that everyone had seen outside, the huge space that appeared in front of everyone's eyes had exceeded everyone's expectations. The huge auction house was already filled with people at this moment. Before the official auction, various kinds of noise continued to resound. When they gathered together, it appeared quite noisy. Haha, what everyone is seeing now is only a quarter of this auction house. This auction house is divided into heaven, earth, Xian and Huang. The space within each auction house is the same. The difference lies in the level and price of the items being auctioned. The auction house that we are currently in is the heaven-class auction house. Annan smiled faintly when he saw the expressions on the few people's faces. He turned his gaze and a female servant, who was quite pretty and dressed in revealing clothes, quickly stepped forward to welcome them. She respectfully said, "Sirs, may I know if there are any reserved seats?" Xiao Yan's eyes swept over this female servant. After which, he glanced at some of the more spacious spectator seats a short distance away. Immediately, he shook his head in a bored manner. Such a crude tactic was something that people would do regardless of the strength of the era. Even a clan as strong as the Shao clan was no exception. On the side, Bai Hua's face changed slightly when she saw the scene in the auction house at this moment. She quickly covered the beautiful eyes of the girl beside her with one hand to block her curious gaze. The rest of the people had a tacit understanding. For this kind of thing, not to mention the Shao clan, most forces in the central region would not do less. As for the reason, it was needless to say. Annan wasn't surprised by this. He handed out a jade token casually. After the maid saw it, the expression on her delicate cheeks became more respectful and humble. She bowed respectfully to the group of people and said, "Master, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Sirs, please follow me." The female servant turned around after she spoke. She swayed her snake-like slender waist as she led the way in front. Everyone behind her followed closely without looking sideways. The group of people bypassed a few corridors under the lead of the female servant. After a long while, they finally stopped outside a private room near the front row of the auction house. They then bowed and retreated. In this regard, everyone was quite familiar with this. After entering the private room, everyone sat down. The noise behind them was immediately isolated. Even their mood was much better. Looking through the light curtain in front of them, the auction stage appeared to be right in front of them. Everything in the auction house could be seen. Raising their gazes, Xiao Yan and the others quickly saw Zhao Jin and the others standing in a similar private room on the opposite side of the auction stage. When the two sides met, their faces were naturally not good. They looked at each other with cold eyes. The atmosphere in the two private rooms unconsciously became tense. However, Annan waved his hand sensibly. The light curtain in front of everyone immediately became blurred. Zhao Jin and others on the opposite side were naturally blocked. At this moment, the only thing they could see was still the scene in the auction house. He shook his head lightly and suppressed the emotions in his heart. He turned to look at Ouyang Miao beside him. He stared at the latter with a curious face and pursed his lips. "By the way, why are you looking for me this time?" Hearing this, Ouyang Miao withdrew his gaze that was looking outside. Immediately after, he smiled and nodded. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. Immediately after, he handed it over. "This is what my second uncle asked me to give to you." "Sword Saint Yulan?" Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he looked at the jade token that was handed over. He hesitated for an instant before receiving it. After which, he slowly shut his eyes and inserted a thread of spiritual strength into it to take a look. Hua! After a short 10+ breaths, Xiao Yan, who had focused his attention on the jade token, suddenly withdrew his mind. His body suddenly stood up and his hand, which was holding the jade token, tightened. A pair of dark black eyes suddenly opened. Both of his eyes were filled with an excitement that was difficult to hide. This is... The muscles at the corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched. He slowly lowered his head and stared intently at the jade slip in his hand. His face was filled with disbelief as he opened his mouth with difficulty. Inside this jade slip was the Emperor Seal skill that Xiao Yan had seen the ancient clan member use back then. In comparison, the God Seal skill that was recorded in the jade token in his hand was even more complete and refined. Not only did it merge the first 5 seals that he had learned, but it had also been refined and refined, causing its strength to become even greater. The things that caused Xiao Yan to raise his eyebrows were naturally the last 3 seals of this God Seal skill. According to the description in the jade slip, this Emperor Seal skill was also known as the 8 Emperor Seal skills. It was divided into the Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Land Overturning Seal, Sky Burying Seal, Ancient God Seal, Mountain River Seal, Jianghu Seal, and Celestial Seal. When the first 5 seals were combined, its strength was comparable to a human class Do technique. Its strength was even stronger than the technique that Xiao Yan had learned. If the seals were connected and the 8 seals were combined, it would be enough to destroy the world. Its strength was comparable to a Shen class Do technique. Ignoring everything else, just the word Shen class Do technique alone was enough to attract the attention of the current Xiao Yan. Ever since he had learned the Emperor Seal skill, he had used it to defeat many opponents. However, as his strength grew, a Tian class Do technique was no longer able to restrain him. Now that he used the Emperor Seal skill again, its strength was undoubtedly much weaker. If he wanted to raise its strength, the 8 Emperor Seal skills in his hand was undoubtedly the best choice. Cuckoo, second uncle, is aware that you are fated with this Emperor Seal skill. Therefore he ordered me to come and pass it to you. Ouyang Miao smiled faintly. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expressions of the few people present to change. Even Fan Jian involuntarily glanced at Xiao Yan. Clearly he did not dare to underestimate the Emperor Seal skill in his heart. But this, accept it. I can tell that this thing should be of great help to you. Treat it as me giving it to you on account that we are friends. At the very most, you can treat it as a favor that you owe me. You can return it in the future. Xiao Yan had just opened his mouth when Ouyang Miao interrupted him. He naturally understood the concern in Xiao Yan's heart. However, from his meeting with Zhao Jin today, it was obvious that the latter was not well liked in the Xiao clan. From a certain point of view, the arrival of the Emperor Seal skill at such a time was no different from providing charcoal in snowy weather. Clang! While Xiao Yan was frowning and deep in thought, a clear gong sound suddenly sounded from the middle of the auction ground. Immediately, it swayed and reverberated throughout the entire auction ground. The buzzing gong sound gradually suppressed the noise in the auction ground. As the gong sound slowly sounded, the countless number of gazes in the auction ground gathered towards the middle of the auction stage. At this moment, everyone clearly understood in their hearts that a good show was finally about to begin. Chapter 14-15. As the sound of the bell slowly faded away, a circle of golden runes suddenly lit up on the auction stage. Soon after, the runes gradually spread until they covered the entire auction stage. Golden light suddenly flashed on the runes and golden ripples rapidly climbed up like water waves. Finally, they formed a huge energy barrier that enveloped the entire auction stage. Although Shuyang City's auction house was a subordinate force of the Xiao clan, there was no lack of powerful outlaws on the continent. Even if the auction house was under the Xiao clan's control, it would still give those outlaws an opportunity to take advantage of their carelessness. Previously, when the group had just arrived, Xiao Yan had used his spiritual strength to roughly observe the situation. Soon after, he discovered that in the auction house, other than the 2 private rooms that they and the Zhao clan were in, there were at least 3 other private rooms that had people in them. Although he was unable to detect their auras, it was not difficult to guess that the strength of these people was at least at the same level as Anin, or even at the level of a source venerate. In addition, with the continuous influx of people in the auction house, the seats in the auction house were almost fully occupied. At this moment, there were also a few extremely obscure auras present in the viewing platform. Since these people were able to conceal their strength from Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, if they were not at the level of a source zone, then they were experts who had used special secret techniques. These people were undoubtedly not easy to deal with. With so many experts of such cultivation gathered in one place, even if Shuyang City was under the Xiao clan's control, they had to be extra careful. As the energy barrier extended up the auction stage, a circle of golden light flickered in the middle of the auction stage. Gorgeous rays of light shot out in all directions, causing everyone present to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Their gazes were firmly fixed on the center of the light, where they could faintly see a figure. When the light dissipated, an old man wearing a brocade robe appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. The moment this person appeared, a vigorous and majestic pressure slowly spread out from his body. Under this terrifying pressure, all the noise in the huge auction house came to an abrupt halt. Countless gazes filled with various expressions gathered in one place. Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if the air had frozen, and the entire space had become silent. What a powerful aura! Xiao Yan's eyes shrank slightly. Although this private room was able to isolate all auras from the outside world, it did not hinder his spiritual perception. At this moment, he had just unleashed his spiritual strength when he immediately sensed the shocking pressure that filled the entire place. This mysterious old man in front of him was a Yuanzun class expert. Yes. Ouyang Miao nodded slightly. The old man's aura was so strong that he could tell that his cultivation was not inferior to Bai Rong, who had followed Bai Ruoxuan that day. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. Xiao Kuo, Xiao Clan's inner pavilion elder. He is currently in charge of all matters within and outside Shuyang City. He is also personally in charge of the heavenly auction house. Annan said slowly as he looked at the old man who appeared on the auction stage. Haha, this old man is Xiao Kuo. I'm sure that many of you know me. This old man would like to thank everyone for your support in today's auction. Xiao Kuo stepped forward and slowly swept his gaze across the room. His gaze paused slightly when it swept past certain places. Then a hearty laughter rang out and resounded in everyone's ears. The old man's words caused quite a number of people present to laugh. Other than the Xiao clan, Xiao Kuo had been in charge of Shuyang City for many years. Hence, he had come into contact with many people from various factions. At this moment, many of the experts present had some kind of deep or shallow relationship with him. Hearing the laughter, Xiao Kuo smiled and turned his gaze. When his gaze swept past the private room where Xiao Yan and the others were, he paused for a moment. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Kuo. His entire body felt numb at this moment. Although the two of them were separated by the private room, he did not know why, but at that moment he had an illusion that he was completely exposed to Xiao Kuo's gaze. Ha, everyone, since we are all old friends, there is no need for this old man to explain the rules here. While Xiao Yan was being shocked in his heart, Xiao Kuo had already recovered his gaze. He once again looked at the arena and opened his mouth faintly in front of everyone's gazes at him. At the same time, a dense chill suddenly swept over everyone's hearts. Everyone's expressions changed. Some of their gazes, which originally contained an obscure glow, calmed down at this moment. Our auction will now begin. Next, I invite everyone to enjoy a grand auction. Ignoring the emotional gazes in the auction ground, Xiao Kuo opened his mouth with a smile. At the same time, a hand brushed across the empty space in front of him. Soon after, the empty space immediately twisted and transformed into a floating platform. A shriveled hand slowly imprinted itself on it. Immediately, a suction force surged from his palm. Under everyone's gazes, a mirror-like object was pulled out from the middle of the platform. The universe reincarnation mirror originated from the hands of a peak source venerate. It contains a set of Do techniques. When used together with the reincarnation mirror, its strength is comparable to an E-class Do technique. Xiao Kuo gently waved his hand and tossed the mirror in his hand into the air as he softly laughed. The words from his mouth unsurprisingly stirred a wave of cheers in the auction ground. The reason why most of the people in the auction ground had come today was because an E-class Do technique would appear in this auction. However, it was unexpected that an E-class Do technique had already appeared when the auction had just begun. However, an E-class Do technique that could only be used together with a weapon would undoubtedly greatly reduce its value. It also caused many people who were tempted to abruptly halt their footsteps. This kind of Do technique might be tempting, but asking them to change their weapons, which they had been using for many years, was no different from asking them to change their preferred hand. The gains did not make up for the losses. On the stage, Xiao Kuo's old face did not reveal any surprise when he saw this. He merely smiled faintly and continued speaking. It is rumored that the owner of this universe reincarnation mirror had once relied on the cultivation of a source venerate to use this mirror to block an attack from a source sage expert. Clamor. An uproar suddenly sounded in the auction ground after these words were spoken. Numerous heated gazes, which were competing with each other, instantly gathered on the ancient mirror. The emotions of everyone present also soared in an instant. If the former could only cause them to be tempted, the words of Xiao Kuo at this moment were sufficient to break the final shackle in the hearts of everyone present. In this world, anything that was related to the word source sage was destined to attract a countless number of people to go crazy over it, even if it was just a small part of it. This universe reincarnation mirror in front of them was the best example. Xiaoqua's gaze slowly swept over the entire auction ground. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw the heated and intense gazes, which were like bloodthirsty ferocious beasts. He gently lifted the ancient mirror in his hand and a warm laughter spread. Cuckoo, I think that everyone present already has an idea of the value of this item. Since that is the case, then, the starting price of the universe reincarnation mirror is 100,000 spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 50,000 spirit stones. Everyone please. Chapter 14:16. As the words from Xiaoqua's mouth faded, the auction ground immediately erupted into an uproar. Wave after wave of shouting suddenly sounded out like thunder. Numerous shouts instantly rang out in the enormous auction ground. Inside the private room, Xiaoyan looked at the scene that was happening in the auction house with a face of astonishment. He could not help but click his tongue in amazement. 100,000 spirit stones in one go. Even if he added up all the spirit stones he had on him, he would not be able to reach such an amount. However, for most of the people present, it was so easy for them to blurt out such an amount. This was simply unimaginable. Within a short period of time, the bids in the auction house had already reached 450,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones was enough to create a third-rate faction. However, at this moment, it was actually so simple in the auction house. It was passed with a single sentence. Hearing the waves of bids that were still ringing out around him, even Xiaoyan could not help but look at Xiaoqua in a new light. As expected of the person in charge of Shuyang City, he was indeed extraordinary. Just by relying on an ancient mirror, one person and one sentence, in a short period of time, he had madly collected hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This kind of method could be said to be shocking. Of course, although Xiaoqua's method was ingenious, it was not suitable for everyone. For example, in the other private rooms, those people were like him, calmly waiting for the result of this round of auction. They were very clear in their hearts that this was only the beginning, and the real good things would only be left for later. Before that, all the foreplay did not have any attraction. All of this was just to filter out the people who were qualified to auction that treasure. Gently leaning against the back of the chair, Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes. His finger gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. Hearing the constantly rising price, he could not help but sneer. Originally, it was only 100,000 spirit stones, but at this moment, under the contrast of Xiaoqua several times, it was actually close to 1 million. Moreover, looking at the situation in the auction house, it did not seem to have any intention of slowing down. Brother Xiaoyan, are you willing to believe me? At this moment, Ouyang Miao's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoyan's ears. Seeing that the others around him did not react, it was likely that only the two of them knew about this voice. Brother Ouyang, what do you mean? After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan still replied in confusion. As a student of Beihai College, I have received guidance from the dean, so I can more or less be considered half a disciple of the dean. In addition, I also know that you do not belong to this continent, so I do not want to lie to you. Hearing Ouyang Miao's words, Xiaoyan was extremely surprised in his heart. However, Ouyang Miao's next words caused him to ponder even more. From today on, I can guess that you are not living a good life in the Xiao clan. If you can't live in the clan, I promise. If there is a day, I. After saying this, Xiaoyan slowly opened his closed eyes. He turned his gaze and coincidentally met Ouyang Miao's eyes. The two looked at each other without saying a word, as if they were communicating with each other in their hearts. Then the former fell into deep thought, while Ouyang Miao relaxed his body and leaned back in his chair. He imitated Xiaoyan and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, as if waiting for his reply. A few minutes later, Brother Ouyang, I feel like an old friend at first sight. Naturally, I believe in you. I'm also willing to believe in the Ouyang clan. However, I appreciate Brother Ouyang's kind intentions. I'm doing well in the Xiao clan. What you've seen today is just some prejudice that occasionally arises because of the public opinion. I'll resolve it. As soon as Ouyang Miao finished speaking, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His hand, which was tapping on the armrest of the chair, suddenly clenched tightly. The people around him also noticed it. Ouyang Miao slowly released his hand. His face was calm as he waved his hand. Everyone retracted their gazes. Ouyang Miao and Xiaoyan looked at each other again. In the end, Ouyang Miao nodded and smiled at Xiaoyan. The latter also smiled back at him. At this moment, the sound of 3 wooden mallets being struck suddenly rang out from the auction stage, attracting everyone's attention. The final price of the universe reincarnation mirror is 800,000 spiritual stones. Xiaoqua smiled as he looked at everyone in the auction. The wooden mallet in his hand fell. 800,000 spiritual stones. This had far exceeded the value of the auction item. The first item of this auction could be said to have been successfully auctioned off in the most perfect manner. It could be said to be a great harvest. After the first round of intense auction, the atmosphere in the auction house was completely stirred up. Xiaoqua was naturally well versed in this. After striking while the iron was hot, he consecutively auctioned off several items. In addition to his own various embellishments, the following items were all sold at a good price. Time swiftly flowed by while this atmosphere was maintained. Unknowingly, this kind of fiery atmosphere had already continued for over 2 hours under this kind of fiery atmosphere. Following the increasing quality and value of the auction items that appeared in the arena, some of the things that appeared during this period of time caused Xiaoyan to feel an incomparable desire. Even those true experts in the viewing gallery had finally successively made their moves. With their addition, the atmosphere in the arena had become incomparably fiery hot. When the experts competed, it was difficult to determine the winner. Several factions in the auction house argued endlessly, and the price of the auction items naturally rose rapidly. In this regard, although Xiao Kuo on the stage only had a smile on his face, it was needless to say how he was feeling in his heart. As for the disputes outside the auction house, as long as they did not fight, the auction house would not interfere. The atmosphere in the auction house naturally became more and more tense and fiery. Xiaoyan was involuntarily a little speechless in the face of those fellows who had fought until their eyes turned red because of an auction item. He withdrew his gaze and suddenly saw the calm expression of Ouyang Miao by the side. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind and his heart quivered. Immediately, Xiaoyan's gaze slowly stopped on Ouyang Miao. The latter turned his head as if he sensed Xiaoyan's gaze. The two looked at each other and their hearts were filled with different thoughts. Brother Ouyang, previously if I had followed your wishes, would you have made me your enemy? Xiaoyan stared at Ouyang Miao. He did not think too much about it before, but when he glanced at Ouyang Miao for a moment, he suddenly realized that although Ouyang Miao's words seemed to express his true feelings, there was also a trace of probing. If one did not think carefully, it was really difficult to detect. Haha, brother Xiao, you worry too much. Aren't we still friends now? Ouyang Miao did not seem to be surprised when he heard this. He only smiled slightly and played it down. However, Xiaoyan could vaguely feel the meaning in Ouyang Miao's eyes. If one were to think about it from another angle, Xiaoyan might not be welcomed within the Xiao clan, but he was ultimately still a member of the Xiao clan. The bloodline of the Xiao clan flowed within his bones. Blood was thicker than water and could not be separated. If he were to really abandon the Xiao clan and join the Ouyang clan, how could a person who could betray his blood relative clan be loyal to an unfamiliar clan that he had no relationship with? Ouyang Miao's probing this time was really deep. At this moment, Xiao Kuo's meaningful laughter rang out on the auction stage again. His shocking words were like thunder, exploding in the entire auction house. Haha, everyone must confirm the number of spirit stones in your hands to ensure that you can obtain this auction item, because this auction item is a grade 8 pill. Chapter 14:17. A rank 8 medicinal pill. Once these 4 words were spoken, it instantly stirred a great commotion in the auction ground. An uproar resounded throughout the place. Everyone's gazes, including those in the private rooms on the stage, were instantly attracted by Xiao Kuo's words. Even the current Xiaoyan could not help but feel his heart move. A ripple rose on his face as his gaze, which was filled with interest, was thrown toward Xiao Kuo in the middle of the auction stage for the first time. On the auction stage, when Xiao Kuo saw this scene, the smile on his old face became even warmer. He chuckled, and under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, his shriveled hand once again touched the stone platform in front of him. Soon after, a palm-sized jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Opening the jade box, a suction force slowly gushed out from Xiao Kuo's right palm. He carefully took out a longan-sized medicinal pill and raised it slightly towards the auction house. The medicinal pill's entire body could be considered round and smooth. However, under Xiaoyan's gaze, he discovered that its color was mottled. The originally rich pill fragrance was currently scattered in all directions like smoke. It did not take shape, nor did it transform into a dragon. If one looked carefully, one could even discover that there were some bumps on the surface of the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill is not a finished pill. It is just a defective product that failed to be refined. After realizing this, the original expectations in Xiaoyan's heart immediately decreased by a lot. The value of this so-called rank 8 medicinal pill in his eyes naturally decreased as well. A medicinal pill that could not even be considered a semi-finished product, so what if he accepted it? It could be said to be worthless. However, just as Xiao Yan was shaking his head and sighing, Bai Hua, who was behind him, pressed her hand on his shoulder and whispered with certainty. What? His eyes flashed slightly. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that he had misjudged? In the auction house, following the appearance of the medicinal pill, the fervent gazes of many experts changed. It was obvious that they had also discovered the problem with this medicinal pill. Immediately after, the countless gazes that were filled with excitement a moment ago began to converge. On the auction stage, the smile on Xiaoquo's face was still warm as he watched this scene unfold. His old eyes slowly swept across the entire auction house, as if he had already expected all of this. When the excitement in the auction house reached its lowest point, Xiaoquo finally opened his mouth once again. Everyone, have you heard of the nature pill? As these words fell, the auction house instantly fell silent. These three simple words reverberated in the ears of countless experts. There were even some people who were discussing the various matters related to this medicinal pill. In the private room, the instant that Xiao Yan heard this name, his entire face suddenly tensed up. His originally curious gaze was now filled with passion as he looked towards the medicinal pill. The nature pill was a grade 8 pill. Although it could not be considered a top-tier medicinal pill, this pill had an astonishing effect that would make everyone go crazy. It could cleanse one's muscles and marrow, allowing one to be reborn. Once consumed, one was destined to become a source venerate expert. According to what Xiao Yan knew, the original pill formula of the creation pill had long been buried in the long river of history. Currently, there was no one in this world who knew the refining method of the creation pill. Although the creation pill, in front of him, was a defective product, if he could use this medicinal pill to understand the medicinal theory behind it, he might have the opportunity to recreate the creation pill. Haha, it is merely a failed refining pill. Even if it is the famous nature pill, it has ultimately lost its original value. Currently, the only people in the world who can be interested in it are alchemists. A slightly hoarse old voice suddenly rang out in the quiet auction house. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw an old man wearing alchemist robes slowly standing up at a certain spot in the viewing gallery. The badge on his chest that indicated his identity as a Pill Tower member caused the expressions of quite a few people in the auction house to change. Therefore, from what I see right now, I am the only alchemist present. Since it's like this, I will suffer a bit of a loss and take out a 7th level medicinal pill to win this failed product. The old man's cold gaze swept across the entire auction house. His mouth parted into a smile as he faintly laughed while stroking his beard with one hand. The moment his voice sounded, he waved his sleeve and a ray of light immediately shot towards the auction stage. Although the expressions of everyone present were filled with dissatisfaction when they saw this, they could only return to their seats when they thought of the Pill Tower badge on the old man's chest. On the auction stage, Xiaoquo was also frowning because of this scene. He was naturally clear that this old man had purposely pointed out the flaws of this nature pill and had the intention of using the name of the Pill Tower to suppress everyone. His goal was to use this mere grade 7 pill to purchase it. Under such circumstances, if no one bid against him, it was likely that the auction house would have no choice but to reluctantly sell it regardless of how low his bid was. Damn it. The muscles on Xiaoquo's face involuntarily twitched as he looked at the medicinal pill that was shot over like a meteor. Although he forcefully maintained a smile on his face, his mood was already extremely terrible. Their expectations of this nature pill were over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Now this fellow actually wanted to purchase it with a grade 7 pill. The loss in this could not be said to be small. I bid 3 grade 7 pills. However, just as everyone present thought that the revival pill would fall into the old man's hands, a clear and bright voice suddenly rang out from one of the private rooms. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in this quiet space. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the medicinal pill that was flying through the air was stopped by an invisible force. With a swoosh, it shot towards the old man on the viewing platform. On the auction stage, Xiaoquo's face regained its smile. As long as someone was willing to break the current situation, it meant that this nature pill could be raised to an even higher price. 3 grade 7 pills. Everyone, is there anyone who is willing to bid a higher price? Xiaoquo's gaze paused on the private room where Xiao Yan and the rest were located. He nodded his head and laughed softly. Soon after, he swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. At the same time, the old man on the viewing platform waved his sleeve and kept the medicinal pill that had been shot over. Soon after, he looked towards the private room where Xiao Yan and the rest were located with an unhappy expression. After a slight hesitation, he said in a deep voice, "This old man bids 4 pills. 5 pills?" In the private room, a calm voice immediately sounded out. The old man's furrowed brows immediately twisted into a ball. His sullen gaze stared fixedly at the private room. The hands under his sleeves slowly clenched. After some hesitation, he finally opened his mouth and said, 6 grade 7 pills. If you are able to bid a higher price, this old man will let you have them. Before the situation was clear, any bid on the stage could be the work of the auction house. However, once the old man's words came out, in a situation where there were no outsiders participating, there was no room for choice. Unless, I bid 7 pills. In the private room, Xiao Yan's gaze met with Xiao Qua's as he spoke with a smile. Chapter 14:18. With the 7 Tier 7 medicinal pills, this creation pill could be considered to have landed in Xiao Yan's pocket. At the same time, everyone understood that the man in the VIP room had already offended the person from the pill tower. Xiao Yan slowly leaned back in his chair. His face was calm and indifferent. Since he had made a move, he was not afraid of offending the other party. Moreover, this was an auction. If one wanted to obtain the auction item, one would have to rely on one's own ability. If one had to withdraw because of one's status, this auction would naturally lose its original meaning. Even the person from the pill tower has to suffer in your hands. Such an attitude is indeed worthy of being Brother Xiao. By the side, Ouyang Miao clapped. A soft laughter with a mocking tone was spat out. Xiao Yan shook his head in a non-committal manner and did not mind. Although that old man was a member of the pill tower, there was no reason for him to withdraw. If the other party did not know when to stop, at the very most there would be one more enemy. And Nan quietly observed the 2 people beside him. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. The thoughts in his heart also began to rotate. After this small interlude outside of the auction would naturally continue. Very quickly, the low tide that was brought about by the location of the creation pill was swiftly drowned by the waves of intense fiery atmosphere that followed. With the flow of time, the atmosphere within the auction ground also became increasingly heated. At this moment, the auction items that had appeared in the auction ground were already able to attract the attention of the various experts in the front row of the private rooms. An uncountable number of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and do techniques had all become the price tag of this auction. There were even some auction items whose value was so high that they could be called sky-high. Most of the auctioneers in the viewing gallery had also gradually changed from the initial bidding to the audience's attitude. Even though this was the case, when everyone saw Xiao Qua take out one after another treasures that tugged at their heartstrings on the auction stage, the emotions in their hearts couldn't help but become intense. Even though the process of the auction had almost nothing to do with them, it was still a fortunate thing to be able to personally witness those great powers in the front row endlessly fighting over the treasures. In this way they could be considered to have not come in vain. Ever since the auction of the creation pill, Xiao Yan had rarely made a move. The only reason he would occasionally bid was because he had taken a fancy to some rare medicinal ingredients. However, the person from the pill tower who had appeared during the auction had basically snatched all the treasures that Xiao Yan had obtained. Of course, given the former's character, it was naturally unavoidable for him to provoke the latter a couple of times. After a couple of rounds, both Xiao Yan and the person from the pill tower had suffered quite a lot. However, on the whole, it was still Xiao Yan who had gained the upper hand. Of course, at the end of the day, the final winner was the auction house itself. As the dazzling auction items were taken out one after another on the auction stage, even with Xiao Yan's character, he couldn't help but feel astonished at the rich reserves of this auction house. With so many high-grade items, it could be said that they were enough to cause a stir in the outside world. However, they were able to appear in the same auction at the same time. At this time, even he couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the Xiao clan's foundation. In the next few auctions, Xiao Yan may have obtained some things, but it was difficult for him to find something as tempting as the creation pill from earlier. Fortunately, he had not only met Ouyang Miao during his trip to Shuyang City and obtained the God Seal from him, but he had also found the sumaru grass and the creation pill. Although he had spent quite a number of spirit stones in this process, in comparison, the current result could be considered a fruitful trip. With the meru grass in hand, he could prepare to refine the Zong transformation pill once he returned to the Xiao clan. Once the pill was successfully refined, Xiao Xin's cultivation would make a breakthrough and the various troubles would naturally be easily resolved. In addition to the 8 arts of the Emperor's Seal, it would undoubtedly become a great trump card during the clan gathering. As for the creation pill, as of now, nothing was set in stone. Whether or not he could use this incomplete pill to comprehend the medicinal theory and refine the real creation pill was still unknown. At the same time, what made him curious was that Bai Hua was also interested in this creation pill. As time passed, the auction gradually came to an end. The value of the auction items that appeared on the stage became more and more shocking. Most of them were some of the most important items in this auction, so much so that even Xiao Yan felt a little excited. Unfortunately, after a few consecutive auctions, the remaining price in his hands could no longer support him. Clang. This continued until a certain moment when Xiao Kuo on the auction stage made the final call. The bell-like sound woke Xiao Yan up from his surging heart. He lifted his head and took a look. Another round of the auction had come to an end. The sky-high price of several million spirit stones in the auction hall caused people to click their tongues in amazement. At this moment, it was likely that only the strong people in the private rooms in the front row were able to take out such a huge amount of money. Xiao Yan's gaze rotated as he thought in this manner in his heart. He followed Xiao Kuo's gaze and looked over. Soon after, he knit his brows. Only then did he realize that the person who had bid was none other than Zhao Jin's group, who was currently standing opposite them. When he realized this, Xiao Yan immediately curled his lips. He did not have the slightest good impression of this Zhao family member in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he naturally could not be bothered with them. On the auction stage, after successfully selling the auction item in his hands, the smile on Xiao Kuo's old face became increasingly rich. He chuckled as he swept his gaze over everyone present. His turbid eyes contained a hidden profoundness. He paused for a moment and waited for everyone's gazes to once again shoot over. Only then did the old man raise his hands and gently clapped. Immediately, a few rays of light suddenly appeared outside the auction stage. Soon after, a few figures wearing golden robes appeared outside the golden array. After this group of people appeared, they immediately raised their hands and flicked their 10 fingers. Light flashed at the tips of their fingers and many mysterious and obscure seals were formed. As far as everyone's eyes could see, the array on the stage was rapidly solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the increasingly thick energy array on the auction stage, Xiao Yan could not help but secretly measure it in his heart. Just from this point of view, under the support of the few array masters, the defensive strength of this array had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was likely that even with his current strength he might not be able to break through it with all his strength. Such extravagance is really terrifying. Seeing this cautious formation on the stage as though they were about to face a great enemy, everyone in the auction house gradually became quiet. There was an unusual atmosphere that gradually shrouded the place, causing the hearts of everyone seated to feel a little pressured. In the face of this unusual situation on the auction stage at this moment, everyone seated were not fools. They immediately understood in their hearts that in order for the auction house to display such an attitude, the next item that was going to be auctioned was likely the E-Class Do Technique scroll that was the most important item in this auction. Seeing the situation on the stage, Xiao Yan also slowly exhaled a breath of air. The finale is finally here. Chapter 1419. In the enormous auction house, the atmosphere was unusually complicated. Tension, pressure, and excitement all merged into one. The auction stage under the attention of tens of thousands of people was filled with a solemn atmosphere, causing people to not dare to easily approach it. It was no wonder that the security of the auction house was so tight. It was just that the value of this high-level intent Do technique was too high. After all, under the Sheng class, the high-level intent Do technique was the strongest. This kind of Qi method Do technique had not appeared on the continent for a long time. As for the Sheng class, it was even more of a fantasy. Now that this high-level intent Do technique had appeared in the world, it was inevitable that some unjust people would be attracted to it. The way the auction house did it was to protect its own interests. Cuckoo, I've let everyone see a joke. The next item to be auctioned is a little strange. However, at the same time, it is also the finale of this auction. A scroll of high-level intent Do technique. I believe that there are quite a number of people seated here who have come for it. Xiao Kuo's face was filled with a smile as he slowly scanned the entire crowd. Immediately, his palm once again pressed against the stone stage in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a suction force immediately surged out from his palm. The gazes of the entire crowd also turned. Within the private room, Xiao Yan and the others similarly stared intently at the spot where the palm was pressed against the stone stage. The instant the old man slowly raised his hand, a ray of light was also caught in his hand. As the ray of light entered his hand, the countless number of gazes in the entire auction house instantly gathered like spotlights. On the auction stage, Xiaoqua's face was filled with a smile as he slowly released the thing in his hand and threw it into the air. Everyone's gazes looked over. What entered their eyes was a seemingly ordinary stone pillar. There did not seem to be anything unusual about it. Immediately, some people frowned. Their faces were filled with suspicion as they sized up the stone pillar. After which, they threw their gazes toward Xiaoqua on the stage. Seeing this, Xiaoqua smiled faintly and said, "Cuckoo, just as everyone has seen, this is the highlight of this auction. It is also the reason why quite a number of people have come here." It is. As he said these words, Xiaoqua slowly raised his hand. His gaze swept across the entire auction house. The smile in his eyes became increasingly dense. Soon after, a low and deep voice was spat out from his mouth as his finger gently tapped on the stone pillar. Bang! The stone pillar exploded, and an ancient aura quickly spread out. A scroll that had been sealed in the stone pillar for an unknown number of years was also exposed to the air and reflected in the eyes of everyone present. High-level intent battle technique, Thousand Ceiling Ruler. The low and deep voice was just like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded within this enormous auction ground. An invisible storm swept across the enormous space. Countless number of exclamations sounded out. Greedy and heated gazes shot over explosively. Countless number of people stared intently at the ancient scroll on the auction stage. Amongst them included those factions that possessed quite a great amount of power within the VIP rooms in front of the viewing gallery. Feeling the sudden chaos and commotion in the auction house, the array masters in golden robes around the auction stage tightened their faces slightly. They changed the gestures in their hands in unison. Immediately after, light pillars suddenly rose from the bodies of these array masters. The shocking light complemented the tyrannical aura emitted from the array, causing some people who were a little closer to them to feel a chill in their hearts. Their thoughts immediately became a lot clearer. Buzz. It was also at this moment that a majestic aura suddenly burst out from Xiaoqua's body on the auction stage. A pair of deep eyes slowly swept across the auction ground. Following his gaze, the previously chaotic and fiery atmosphere in the auction ground rapidly cooled down as if it had fallen into an ice cellar in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the auction ground also quickly quieted down. Countless obscure gazes gathered on the stage, staring intently at the scroll in front of Xiaoqua. The impulse in their hearts was forcefully suppressed. No one present dared to ignore the pressure of a source venerate. At the same time, in the private room that Xiao Yan was in, the latter was currently standing in front of his seat. His gaze was similar to that of many people in the outside world, staring intently at the scroll floating in midair on the stage. An excited expression involuntarily surfaced on his originally indifferent face. TSK high-level intent level. What a big deal. My Ouyang clan is not willing to take out a Do technique of this level to auction. Unfortunately, although its level is high, this type of Do technique is too unorthodox and does not attract me. However, Brother Xiao, how confident are you in obtaining it? His gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan by the side. He had seen Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler before. It was used in a grand manner and possessed a great strength. Its strength was extraordinary. At this moment, the Thousand Ceiling Ruler in the arena was a ruler technique Do technique. It could be said that it was tailor-made for Xiao Yan. Once he obtained this Do technique, Xiao Yan's fighting strength would undoubtedly advance to a new level. Xiao Yan was slightly startled when he heard this. He immediately smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the Thousand Ceiling Ruler in front of him was indeed quite tempting, he was embarrassingly short of money. It was likely that he had no chance of competing with the other experts present. After such a long period of auction, Xiao Yan had already handed over the remaining 7 rank 7 medicinal pills he had with him during the auction of the manifestation pill. In order to compete with the person from the pill tower during the auction process, he had already exhausted more than half of the spirit stones in his hand. The current him was even poorer than some of the people in the viewing gallery. Where would he find the capital to participate in the competition for the Thousand Ceiling Ruler? Ugh. Even Ouyang Miao could not help but be stunned for a moment when he heard Xiao Yan's words. A strange expression immediately surfaced on his face. He had actually run out of capital before the final moment of the auction when he participated in an auction of this level. Moreover, this was with his identity as an alchemist. This was a little too dramatic. If these words were to be heard by others, it was likely that he would be mocked. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders in the face of this. The main purpose of their trip this time around was originally for the Sumeru grass. If it were not for a moment of interest, they would not have hurried to the auction ground. Who would have expected that they would actually encounter such a situation? The appearance of a high-level class Do technique was even more difficult to predict. How could they have made preparations in advance? Cuckoo, Mr. Xiaoyan need not be worried. You can just ask. Although our clan does not have a foundation like the Zhao clan, we will definitely do our best to help Mr. Xiaoyan if you need anything. At this moment, Anan, who was seated in front of him, suddenly turned his head around and smiled at Xiaoyan. The meaning behind his words could be considered to have made his position clear. Although the Yin and Zhao clans were both subordinate to the Xiao clan, at the end of the day, they were doing so for the benefit of their respective clans. Just like how the Zhao clan relied on the three great inner court leaders behind Xiao Tian, the Yin clan similarly needed their own backing within the Xiao clan. Over the past few years, ever since Zhao Jin's cultivation had broken through to the source venerate level, the Zhao clan had relied on the identity of the three clan leaders within the clan to rise. The status of the clan changed with each passing day. Even some of the elders within the Xiao clan who were in charge of external affairs had no choice but to give some face to this foreign clan. The Yin clan and the Xiao clan were like fire and water. Naturally, their situation was not much better. Additionally, there was no one in the clan who could help them. Their days under the rule of the Xiao clan had become increasingly tense. If this continued, there would come a day when they would be swallowed up by the Zhao clan. Currently, in this huge clan, this somewhat skinny young man in front of them was actually able to stand up to the three elders who held great authority. He was even able to chat cheerfully and humorously with the heir of the Ouyang clan. It was difficult to find another person with such boldness even in the entire central region. Thus, Xiao Yan had naturally become the pillar that Anan had found for his clan. Xiao Yan's appearance had given the Yin clan an opportunity to turn over a new leaf. Hence, since the latter had a need, the Yin clan would definitely not pass on this responsibility. Everyone present was an intelligent person. Everyone roughly understood the meaning behind Anan's words. Ouyang Miao smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. The latter also appeared to be deep in thought as he paused. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at Anan in front of him with a smile. In that case, we will rely on the Yin clan leader. The moment these words were spoken, the few people present immediately laughed out loud. Everyone looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Only Lian Er, who was pouting her small mouth and muttering by the side, had an expression as though she did not fully understand. She appeared extremely adorable. Haha, due to the unique value of this ruler technique Do technique, the auction house has a rule that only items of similar or equal value can be auctioned. If a bid is made using spirit stones, it must be high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Xiao Kuo on the auction stage spoke once again. His words immediately attracted the gazes of Xiao Yan and the others, who were chatting and laughing in the private room. In that case, everyone please make your bids. Chapter 1420. As Xiao Kuo's voice sounded, the enormous auction ground descended into an unusual silence. Countless number of gazes stared at the ancient scroll on the auction stage. Although a greedy expression surfaced in their eyes, most of them obediently returned to their seats when they recalled the shocking lineup in the auction ground and the shocking price that Xiao Kuo had raised. They turned their gazes toward the front row and the few private rooms. At this moment, everyone present understood in their hearts that given the preciousness of this Do technique scroll, an ordinary person did not have the qualification to participate in the auction. Hence, there was no possibility of them obtaining it. Those present who had the qualification and strength to fight for it were only some of the factions seated in the front row and those guests in the private rooms. At this moment, the VIP seats in the front row were similarly completely silent. Even those fellows who harbored hopes in their hearts were waiting calmly at this moment. Their gazes repeatedly swept back and forth, carefully observing the movements of the other factions. However, Xiao Kuo's expression did not change in the face of this unusual silence in the auction ground. A warm smile hung on his face as his gaze slowly swept across the auction ground. Everyone clearly understood in their hearts that since the auction had reached such a stage, they would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat once someone took the lead to bid. It was likely that the atmosphere in the entire auction ground would be ignited to the highest point in an instant. At that time, the auction process would also transform into a war without blood covering it. This silence continued for around 5 minutes or so before a hoarse voice finally sounded from a certain VIP seat in the auction ground. 10 high-grade spirit stones. His hoarse voice was just like the sound of a bell as it slowly reverberated beside everyone's ears in this quiet auction ground. The nearly frozen atmosphere in the auction ground was finally broken at this moment. This caused quite a number of people on the stage to bitterly sigh. Xiao Yan's gaze followed the direction from which the voice had originated and looked over. He saw a human figure whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, slowly standing up from his seat at the front of the viewing gallery. The words from his mouth had unsurprisingly attracted the gazes of everyone present. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan did have some in his hands. Xiao Yuheng had ordered someone to send it to him after he had entered the Xiao clan. However, these spirit stones were intended to be used to raise the cultivation of Baihua and Lianaire. He did not intend to use them here. Moreover, based on the current situation, the high-grade spirit stones in his hands would not be of any use. On the auction stage, Xiao Kuo frowned slightly at the black-robed person. His gaze immediately scanned his surroundings and said, "Is there anyone who offers a higher price than this person?" 20 high-grade spirit stones. Soon after, a low and deep voice was emitted from one of the private rooms in the auction ground. This time around, the situation in the auction ground could be considered to have been completely broken. This bid had just sounded when a chain effect appeared in the auction ground. Successive bids sounded one after another from the front row of the viewing gallery and the surrounding private rooms. Each bid was higher than the previous one. Within a short few minutes, the price of this dough technique had been swiftly raised to nearly 100 high-grade spirit stones. This price was clearly the highest price that had appeared in this auction. Even though this was the case, the craze for this dough technique still did not end. 150 high-grade spirit stones. Within the private room where Xiao Yan and the others were located, Annan, who had rarely made a move during the entire auction, finally slowly spoke. This voice caused an uproar in the entire auction ground. Countless number of gazes that contained surprise were thrown toward this private room. In an instant, the price had been raised by over 50 spirit stones. From the looks of this method, it seemed that he was planning to obtain it in one go. On the auction stage, the smile on Xiao Kuo's old face involuntarily became a little denser when he heard this number of spirit stones. His gaze swiftly scanned the entire auction ground. After which, it paused on the private room where the people from the Zhao clan were located. Everyone 150 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? The surroundings were completely silent. No one made a sound. Xiao Kuo narrowed his old eyes. His gaze once again swept across the viewing gallery. Those large factions seated in the front row had bitterly shrunk back at this moment. Their gazes looked all around them and no longer made any moves. 150 spirit stones. Fundamentally speaking, this had already exceeded their limits. At this moment, these people were no longer able to compete with it. After tens of breaths, the auction ground still appeared to be completely silent. It seemed that there was indeed no one who would bid against it. Even Xiao Kuo, who was on the stage, could not help but frown. Immediately, he swiftly scanned the entire auction ground. His gaze repeatedly drifted toward the private room where the people from the Zhao clan were located. His heart was filled with suspicion. At this moment, Annan's heart was unusually nervous. Since things had already come to this point, he only needed to wait a little longer. If Zhao Jin still maintained his silence, then he would be able to successfully obtain this 1,000-ceiling ruler. He could only hope that the worst outcome in his heart would not occur. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was similarly tense. The 1,000-ceiling ruler was already within reach. All that was left was for Xiao Kuo to drop the hammer and make the final call. Then everything would be over. In the auction ground, Xiao Kuo finally frowned and opened his mouth. The time was up. Even he could not purposely delay the time to call out a price. Everyone, since no one is bidding, then this high-level intent dough technique will. Within the private room, Xiao Yan and the others stared intently at Xiao Kuo in the auction ground with hopeful faces. The glow in their eyes gradually became more intense. The 1,000-ceiling ruler was finally going to be in their hands. However, just as the final words from Xiao Kuo's mouth were about to fade, a shout that contained a cold laugh suddenly sounded in the auction ground. I bid 200 high-level spirit stones. This voice was like a clap of thunder, forcefully stopping the words that were about to come out of Xiao Kuo's mouth. Within the private room, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yan and the others also came to an abrupt halt. In the entire auction ground, everyone's gazes were instantly gathered on a private room. That private room was located opposite of where Xiao Yan and the others were located. The person who had bid was surprisingly Zhao Jin. Damn it. Xiao Yan's expression immediately sunk. Ouyang Miao and the others beside him also frowned. Zhao Jin's actions were really hateful. On the auction stage, Xiao Kuo's old face involuntarily revealed a displeased expression when he saw this. Forget about Xiao Yan and the others, even he could not bear to continue watching Zhao Jin's actions. However, after carefully considering it in his heart, he still inhaled a deep breath of air. After organizing his emotions, he once again put on a smile on his face. His gaze swept across the entire auction ground and once again said, 200 high-level spirit stones. Is there anyone who wishes to bid higher? Elder Xiaokua, your actions seem to be a little inappropriate. I have already made my bid earlier. How can I allow someone else to bid now? In the private room, Annan hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and shouted. Immediately, many people in the auction house turned their gazes towards Xiaokua. Xiaokua was not the only one who had such thoughts. Many people present felt that it was unfair. Since the matter had already been settled, how could they go back on their words? Wouldn't that be breaking the rules of the auction house? Being questioned by Annan and many others, Xiaokua couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Zhao Jin's location, then looked at the ancient scroll floating in front of him. His gaze swept across the audience, then it fell on the box. Through the light curtain, Xiaokua looked at Annan and said, "This distinguished guest, I will never take back my words. The previous words are the same, but please be clear. In the auction house, before the hammer in my hand smashes, anyone has the right to continue to bid. Do you still have any questions?" As soon as the words fell, Annan's body trembled violently, then he sat back down. His gaze quickly avoided Xiaokua's gaze. The cold sweat on his forehead instantly gushed out. It was difficult for him to calm down for a while. Xiao Yan's gloomy face immediately became even uglier when he saw this. His heart swiftly rotated, but before he could do anything, Ouyang Miao by the side suddenly pressed him down. Comforting words were transmitted over. "Sit down and let me do it." Chapter 14:21. Inside the private room, a proud smile immediately surfaced on Zhao Jin's face when he saw that there was no movement from the private room opposite him. Zhao Mingjie, who was beside him, had the same expression on his face. At this moment, the father and son really had the same face. Just based on this point, even if an outsider saw them, they would be able to recognize the relationship between the two of them. Previously, Zhao Jin had purposely held back because he wanted to see this scene. He wanted to push his opponent down from the high altar of joy until he fell to the bottom of the valley. This feeling could be said to be filled with endless twists and turns. At the end of the day, the Yin family was merely a small character in the entire matter of meeting Xiao Yan and the rest today. If it was not for the appearance of Xiao Yan and Fan Jian, it was likely that he would have completely embarrassed Xiao Yan and the rest today, causing them to be unable to establish themselves in the Xiao clan. And Nan's mistake was that he actually chose to be on the same side as Xiao Yan. This point went against Zhao Jin's wishes. This also caused Zhao Jin, who originally did not have a good impression of Nan, to hate him. Now that he had the opportunity to tease Nan, how could he easily let it go? Xiao Tian naturally saw the actions of the father and son. He secretly pondered in his heart. From time to time, he would throw a glance at the father and son with disdain hidden deep within his eyes. The father is not right and the son is not good. With such temperament, it is difficult for him to do anything. Xiao Tian secretly mocked in his heart. His eyes were somewhat suspicious as he looked at Xiao Kuo in the auction house. He frowned slightly but ultimately shook his head and did not think any further. His body once again leaned against the back of the chair and he began to rest. 200 high-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? On the auction stage, Xiao Kuo's voice once again sounded. However, it was no longer as calm and amiable as before. Instead, there was an additional trace of impatience. At this moment, the people sitting on the stage would no longer bid. The only ones who could hope were those in the private rooms. However, with Zhao Jin in front, it was likely that no one would compete with him. In the private room, Zhao Jin's face was filled with pride. Before coming to the auction, he had made ample preparations. Today he was determined to obtain the 1,000-ceiling ruler. There was absolutely no one who could stop him. After Xiao Kuo's words sounded out, the enormous auction ground once again descended into a silent atmosphere. The scene from before appeared once again. Many people below the stage looked at each other and secretly sneered as they waited for a good show. On the stage, Xiao Kuo frowned and the irritation in his heart grew even more intense. Sure enough, just as Xiao Kuo was about to strike the hammer, a young man's faint laughter suddenly rang out in the auction house. "I am willing to bid 300 high-grade spirit stones." A scene that was exactly the same as the one from earlier suddenly appeared. Everyone present followed the voice and looked over. The expressions on their faces were slightly startled. Soon after, it turned into a strange expression. The owner of the voice had surprisingly originated from the private room where Xiao Yan's group was located. Inside the box, Ouyang Miao stood with a faint smile on his face as he stared at Xiao Kuo, who had an ugly expression on his face. Although the person in front of him was an elder of the Xiao clan and was in charge of an area, Ouyang Miao was not afraid of him. He was the heir of the Ouyang clan and the junior clan leader. Even if Xiao Kuo was angry in his heart, what could he do to him? Xiao Yan by the side involuntarily laughed out loud at this tactic when he saw this. The resentment that he had suffered in his heart earlier had also disappeared at this moment. Giving someone a taste of their own medicine when facing someone like Zhao Jin could be said to be the best method. If one were to become angry because of the other party's deliberate provocation, it would instead be playing right into the other party's hands. The expressions of the people below the stage were interesting. On the auction stage, Xiao Kuo was no longer calm. He clenched his teeth and repeated Ouyang Miao's words. While everyone was waiting for the next round of bidding, Xiao Kuo's cold and stern gaze was thrown toward Zhao Jin. The impatience that filled his eyes was not hidden at all. Zhao Jin did not even suspect that if he hesitated even a little, this old man would really disregard everything and directly auction off the dou technique in his hand. Zhao Jin did not dare to hesitate any longer as he quietly thought that he had miscalculated in his heart. He hurriedly shouted out loud, "I bid 400. 500. Ouyang Miao's face was smiling as he quickly followed and said faintly. This time around, Zhao Jin frowned and began to hesitate. The other party's bid had already exceeded his expectations. If he were to continue increasing the bid, it was likely that even if he obtained this dou technique, his Zhao clan would have to pay quite a hefty price. Zhao Jin hesitated in his heart and the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Zhao Mingjie by the side was unknowingly urging him to increase the bid. This caused him to become even more irritated. Suddenly, Zhao Jin clenched his teeth and looked toward the private room opposite him. When he thought of Ouyang Miao and Xiao Yan, who were currently calling out bids, a savage smile gradually surfaced on his face. Xiao Yan, not only do I want to obtain this dou technique, I also want to use you to get back double the spirit stones that I have lost today. 600 high-grade spirit stones. A shocking number once again sounded in the auction ground. At this moment, Xiao Kuo, who was on the auction stage, gradually recovered his expression because of this. 600 high-grade spirit stones had not only exceeded the Zhao clan's expectations, but even the auction ground had not expected such a result. 700. Within the private room, Ouyang Miao finally frowned. 700 high-grade spirit stones. This was already the maximum amount that he could use in the clan. If he was still unable to obtain it, it was likely that this 1,000-sealing ruler scroll would ultimately land in the hands of the Zhao clan. 800. Zhao Jin clenched his teeth tightly. Half of his face involuntarily twitched. 800 high-grade spirit stones. Even with the foundation of his entire Zhao clan, it was likely that he would have to sell off most of his clan's assets in order to take it out. If it were not for some reason, he would definitely not be so crazy. This time around, it seemed that things were just as he had expected. After the bid of 800 spirit stones, the private room opposite him became quiet. Ouyang Miao's eyebrows were tightly knit together. He had not expected that Zhao Jin would actually be crazy to such an extent for a dou technique scroll. However, such actions were not purely for the dou technique. It was obvious that they were targeting this group of people. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's expression was also unusually solemn. He felt fearful for the final ownership of the 1,000-sealing ruler and also for Ouyang Miao's deep friendship. After all, even if he was the heir of the Ouyang clan, he still had to think carefully before taking out such a large amount of high-grade spirit stones. However, how could such an outcome not cause him to feel gratified? Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not hesitate to bid. Under the name of our clan, we can also take out 250 high-grade spirit stones. Today we will definitely do our best for you. Annan inhaled a deep breath of air and gathered his courage. He stood up from his seat and stared at Xiao Yan with a determined gaze. Seeing this, the latter was initially stunned. He immediately looked at Ouyang Miao by the side and hesitated for a moment before turning his body around. He cupped his hands together and bowed heavily to the two of them. His tone was solemn as he said, Xiao Yan would like to thank the two of you for your deep friendship. On the auction stage, the anger on Xiao Kuo's face had completely disappeared. He glanced left and right at the box where Xiao Yan, Zhao Jin and the others were and gently shook his head. Soon after, he raised the wooden mallet in his hand and was about to bring it down. 950 high-grade spirit stones. However, what everyone present did not expect was that even at this moment, the auction stage was still filled with endless surprise. Bang! At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Even Zhao Jin, who had just returned to his chair, could not help but abruptly jump to his feet. The chair under him was shattered by the violently churning Genesis chi in his body, and his emotions suddenly went out of control. Damn it! That little bastard! How dare he go against my Zhao clan time and time again? How abominable! Zhao Jin angrily waved his sleeve, blasting apart the row of chairs in front of him, turning them into dust. Then he stared at the box opposite him with a face full of killing intent. In the end he could no longer hold back his anger and roared. I bid 1,000.